Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. This is. Normally, I didn't see that coming. Maybe we could say I didn't see the rain coming, except I did because I had checked the forecast. So, to say that would technically be a lie. Guess I better not say it then, right? So there was no racing. If you listen to the radio, there's no pre-race show either. They moved the race up by a half hour to try and avoid the rain, which clearly didn't work. And the NASCAR Racing Network on PRN. I guess you could listen to it on PRN on the PRN app or the MRN website because I tried both and I got the same result. Um, but it didn't come on the air until 7, exactly at 7, and basically the race was supposed to start at 7. It didn't. If you I feel really sorry for people who live in California, to be honest, because it's starting at 8 a.m. Eastern time, which is 7 a.m. my time. I'm probably not getting up for that. I'm not even gonna lie. So much for the truck race post race show, but whatever. If you live in California, you're getting up at 5 a.m. to watch this race. Yeah, have fun with that. And don't even get me started about Alaska and Hawaii. That's a good reason not to live in Hawaii, not even gonna lie. I think it'd be like 3 o'clock in the morning for them. Let me just tell you how much that is not happening. Well, it could, because I could stay up all night and not sleep. But otherwise. So yes, it could happen, but I never had a desire to visit Hawaii. I always wanted to visit Alaska. I have no desire to live there. But for some reason I've never had a desire to visit Hawaii. I don't know why. Everybody's always like that's their dream vacation, but I'm like, no. Hello. Is it Roxana? I'm leaving off the numbers, but I use voiceover to read my phone, and I think it's saying Roxana, but I'm not positive. It's reading me comments, but it's terrible at usernames, so it's probably wrong. Maybe I should have recruited my niece. My niece and nephew are spending the night tonight, so maybe I should have recruited her to read comments, but she would get real bored real fast, I'm pretty sure. I don't think she would have stayed, to be honest. But yeah, that's a cool name. I like it. It has a touch of fancy to it. It's fun. I like it. So, I listened to a whole bunch of hours, probably more than I should have. A whole bunch of hours of dedications to Kyle Busch. It was very sad. And I didn't have any tears fall, but I had tears in my eyes like most of the day. It was very sad. It still hasn't really sunk in to me. Like, I was never a fan of his. I honestly did not like him. I didn't like his attitude. Like, on some level, I could respect his talent, even though it frustrated me. I hated seeing him win Xfinity and truck races. I hated it. But on some level, I could respect the talent and, like, honestly, to me, I'd say they should say he's the new king. Like, he outthroned Richard Petty. Because if you think about it, not all, but some of Richard Petty's wins came before they had the divisions that they have now. So he was racing in different vehicles to get his 200. Well, so was Kyle, but they're not counting it because it was not cup races. I don't think that's fair to him, but whatever. I think they said 234 total across series, and then it's like 280 total trophies. So he had like 50 something non-NASCAR ones. That's pretty impressive, seriously. Bill? I don't know what that means. I missed something. Imagine that, me missing something. Nobody's surprised if I have anybody watching who watches me on a regular is not surprised that I missed something, but I totally missed something. I don't know what Bill means. um, yeah, but I didn't listen to the morning show on Sirius, but I listened to all of Larry, well, most of Larry and Danielle. I skipped about 45 minutes of it. Not intentionally, it just happened. And I listened to probably about an hour of Speedway with what's his name? Dave Moody. And it was all tributes to Kyle Busch, and they were all sad. So, like I said, I was never a fan, but I can appreciate now looking back, I can appreciate the talent, and I do think that having kids really like calmed him. I think he made some comment. I don't know where this was, but he made some comment a while ago, like at least a year, maybe two, maybe even more. It was a while ago, like I said, about how like he saw Brexton like throwing a fit when he didn't get his way after a race. And he thought to himself, well, I don't want my kids growing up acting like me. And he said the only way to prevent that would be to start behaving better. And I guess the wake up call must have worked because he wasn't as. I mean, maybe it was the kids, maybe it was getting older, I don't know. But he wasn't as obnoxious as he used to be when he was younger. And I had no idea. Like, I thought he was older than me. I did not know he was younger than me. He's almost 2 full years younger than me. I didn't know that. I don't know why I thought he was older than me, but I did. Hello. I'm not even gonna attempt to repeat what voiceover is calling your username. Like I said, if anybody watching is familiar with voiceover, you know how it does terrible things to usernames. Unless you capitalize the first letter of every word in your username, it's not gonna pronounce it properly. It doesn't pronounce mine properly either, because I don't capitalize the first letters. Partly because you couldn't. When I first joined social media, there was no capitalizing in the at usernames. So I didn't do it. And everybody's like, Blinn Niscarfan? Like, they didn't know what to call me. Like, they couldn't figure it out. Um, and now you can capitalize, but I just don't bother. Like, I should, but I'm just used to it, so I don't. So, I'm not advocating anybody change theirs for the same reason I don't change mine, because I'm just used to it. Like, it's familiar, it's comfortable, I know what it is. You know, it's easy. I don't have to, like, change any, like, letter. I don't have to hit the caps key or whatever. It's easy. Like, I'm lazy. So, I get it with not. But yeah. So, cue the it's raining, it's pouring. That's what's happening in Charlotte right now. I don't know if it's pouring, but according to the Echo, it's thunderstorms. And like I said, if you live in California, you're getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to watch the truck race. I don't know if anybody's gonna do it, honestly. Like, seriously. I don't know what time the gates open at Charlotte, but it's like, I don't know if I would be there on time. Sorry. I don't know if I would be there on time if I was there. Honestly, I don't. I really, really, truly don't. And if the echo is right, they still may not race tomorrow because it's supposed to rain all day tomorrow too, and thunderstorms. It doesn't tell me what time though. I'd have to look at the actual forecast to break it down by hour and see what it says as far as that goes. But I am questioning whether they're gonna race tomorrow. You know, it's raining everywhere tomorrow. It's raining in Indy. It's raining here in Illinois. It's raining. It's raining all over the East Coast. It's raining in Tennessee. Like it's raining in Minnesota tomorrow. Where is it not raining? I like all the colored circles. I don't know what they mean, but they're fun. Like I don't know why you like included them, but it's fun. And as far as anybody here, not too many. I didn't plan to go live though, so well, not yet anyway. It was supposed to be after the race, which I guess would have been in a I don't know, half hour, maybe an hour. And sorry, it's not happening. I worked hard today. I made brownies. I made salad for dinner. Okay, that's not really hard, but it felt like it was working hard. Um, I like the purple. How many subscribers do I have? Last time I looked, it was 238. 238. I got 5. Well, I got 1 during the live and 5 after it. After my Kyle Busch, I guess you'd call it a tribute yesterday. So, that was cool. Um, that still sounds weird. Why am I talking about a tribute to Kyle Busch? Like, what? I don't know. It's gonna take me a long time to get over that. And like I said, I wasn't a fan. Like, I can't even imagine what it would be like if I was a fan or if it was a driver I was a fan of. Cause seriously, like, why? Like, what the heck? It seems so sudden. Like, he just won a race last week at Dover. I remember I was mad because I don't like the Cup guys doing it, and especially not Kyle Busch. I was mad. He didn't sound like he was sick in the victory lane interview. It's so sudden. And it's just crazy. I don't know. They reminded me. They reminded me on Sirius XM today of a event with not an event, but an incident with Kyle Busch that I really enjoyed. It was I think they said it was Martinsville. I don't remember where, but I remember the video. Samantha was filming it, and I don't know if this was before the kids came. I don't know because I can't remember what year it was. But Samantha was filming it, and they pulled up. They were all leaving the track, and they pulled up next to this car, and the lady in the car was a big Kyle Busch fan, and they saw her, and so he rolls down his window and he waves at her, and he's like, "Give me your hat," and he signs a hat and gives it back to her right there in the on the street, getting ready to leave the track. It was so cool. I was like, as a fan, I'm not a fan, but if I was a fan, as a fan, that would be the coolest experience to have. Like, who would ever think that you would be right next to your favorite driver in the traffic? Because it's so cool. Dr. Pepper product. Hello. I need to give you a real name. But that's probably why you don't use it. You probably don't want people to know. Welcome. Ooh, I have 2 foods. I have Dr. Pepper and McDonald's. That's so funny. I love it. Um, what's up? Not a lot. Like, I was supposed to be watching NASCAR right now. Well, it might have been almost over if it had started. But apparently it's storming in Charlotte, and so there's no racing. I don't know when they're gonna race. They're supposed to race at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, 7 o'clock my time. And they may not do that either because it's supposed to rain again tomorrow. So we'll see. But this is my random live because we were supposed to be doing a post race show, which is not going to happen because there's no race. As the title says, Mother Nature wins again. Actually, kind of a rare occurrence this season. Like, I remember, when was it? 2021 maybe? Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. I think it was 2020 or 2021. It was right around COVID or shortly after. I can't remember for sure. I think I really want to say 2021. But either way, whatever year, I remember one year, I swear it rained more often than not. Like more races got postponed than not, I swear. Maybe it wasn't that bad, but it was pretty close to not two-thirds, but pretty close to a third of them, maybe even half of them. It was insane. This year, they said only Bowman Gray with the snow and the sleet, and Charlotte this week. The rest of them so far have been fine, which is incredible to think about, but I think they're right. I don't think we've had any delays. We've had threats of rain, and we had one that they had to stop in the middle because they had weepers coming out of the safer barrier. But I don't think they actually had one that was the start was delayed or it was delayed till the next day. I don't think we've had any of those yet this year. Which is pretty incredible, because what are we, 13 races in now? Yes. Yeah, I can't believe we're saying that. That's so. Hi, Mercedes. Michelle. Hold on. Oh, it's not gonna let me read it by character? Really? Oh well. I can't figure out what your. You have the number 8. And is it Wayne? I can't figure it out because it won't let me read it by character. I don't know what it's saying. Stupid voiceover. Grr. I don't have a lot to talk about because, like I said, we were supposed to have a post race show, and clearly we're not. Because I should technically still be listening to a race, but again, not. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to even tomorrow. They heard me talking. I don't know if y'all were here earlier in the season. I talked about the Bristol race. It was, oddly enough, it was a truck race then too. It was supposed to be, I don't remember if it was back when they had him on Wednesday, but maybe it was Thursday. But anyways, it was delayed until the next day because of rain. And they had it like I think it was 9 Eastern, but it was 8 my time, and I just barely woke up in time for it. And it was kind of a miracle that I woke up in time for it. Well, this one's going to be 7 my time. Pretty sure I'm not waking up like I guess I could set an alarm, but who wants to do that really? I mean, come on. We'll see what happens. Maybe I will be awake, but I don't know. Victory 1959, Southern California. That's cool. I am. I never thought that I would say this because it was Kyle Busch, and I never liked him. Like I just didn't. But I am, like, in shock. I'm devastated, like, not like I would be if it was, heaven forbid, Justin Allgaier that we were talking about, but, like, it was so sudden. Like I said earlier, he was just in Victory Lane a week ago today. Like, and he sounded fine. I know they said at Watkins Glen, they said that he had called the team and he said he wanted medical attention and he needed them to help him get out of the car. So he was like super weak or something and he couldn't do it himself. Okay. But that's like, I mean, that's a serious thing, but that's not surprising. Like, that happens to a lot of drivers. They get dehydrated or whatever and they need to go get an IV at the care center. Like, it's kind of scary, but it happens. So I, even if I had remembered that, I don't remember that. If if I heard it or saw it on TV, I missed it. So I don't remember. Like, I forgot if I saw it. I don't think I saw it. But I, even if I had, like, I would have been like, "Oh, oh no, I hope he's okay." But I wouldn't have, like, thought that that would be anything serious, because it happens, and by serious, I mean, like, I wouldn't have thought that 2 weeks later we'd be talking about him being dead. I would have just thought, "Okay, that's not cool," but it happens, like, I have seen it happen a lot with various drivers after the race, getting dehydrated, especially if they have, like, if they're sick with a cold or the flu or whatever. So it happens. So it wouldn't have, like, really registered on my radar as being anything to really worry about down the line. And all we knew, like, they didn't say anything Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. All of a sudden Thursday morning, he's hospitalized and withdrew from all the events this weekend. So Friday's truck race tonight and Sunday's 600. Like, he was withdrawn from those. I was like, "Oh, that doesn't sound good," but I never thought I needed to worry about it being this level of bad. Like, what the heck? How do you go from, like, in the hospital in the morning to dead in the afternoon? Like, I just don't, I can't figure it out. It just seems like this should be a dream. Like, I really was hoping I'd wake up this morning and this would all be, like, fake news. Honestly, I really thought it was fake news when I heard it yesterday. I was like, "What the heck?" Like, my phone was across the room and I heard voiceover talking about it, and I went and I grabbed it and I was like, "No, this can't be true." And the next message I got was somebody saying it's confirmed in the NASCAR app. So I grab my phone, I pull up NASCAR app and I'm like, "I don't see anything in here." I didn't know where to go to find it, but I was looking in different places and I was like, "I don't see anything in here." So, and then, like, I got on Twitter and the first post I see was NASCAR saying, whatever they said to make the announcement yesterday. And I was like, oh my gosh, it came directly from NASCAR. So unless their account got hacked, this is true. And I was like, I never thought that would be the story going into the Coke 600. I'm still like, I, I don't know. Like, I never thought this would be the story. I just, I don't know. Oh, thank you. I, I am incredibly sad for Samantha, but even more for Brexton, and even more for Linux. Like, she's not even gonna remember. She's 4. I read somewhere that I don't remember where I read this. It was like some psychology article. Most kids don't form lasting memories until they're 5. Well, she's only 4. So she's only gonna know him through videos and family photos. Right now, all she knows is he's not home. She's gonna miss him, 'cause they said she was a daddy's girl, so she's gonna miss the fact that he's not there, but she's not gonna understand why he's not there. She's not gonna understand that he's never coming, and she's not going to really have any memories of personal connection to him. That's just sad to me. Like, I that's just sad. At least Brexton, what a birthday gift. He just turned 11, like, Monday or Tuesday, and now his dad is dead. but at least he has memories of him. I mean, as sad as that is, he's old enough to remember those connections, like all the racing that they did together, and it's sad, but he has those memories. I just, I don't know. It's just crazy. I don't know. I just, I saw his last cup win though. I was present for that. It was at Gateway in 2023. I was there. I remember thinking, oh, this would be a much better race if one of my drivers won. But I don't know. I just really, I don't know what to do with this information. Like, I feel it's just too soon. Like, I don't know. I mean, I thought that we would be missing him on the racetrack because he retired. I never thought we'd be missing him on the racetrack because he died. Like, I, I don't know. I just don't know. He, like I said, he matured a lot over the years, and I think a lot of that. Some people say it was because he found faith. I don't know. He still had a potty mouth, like he didn't, like he, like nothing changed. But I don't know. I do know that since he had kids, especially since he had a daughter, he's calmed down a lot from the Kyle Busch that used to drive me crazy. So, I mean, I feel like we just finished talking about him complaining about Denny Hamlin's comments on his podcast. Like, that should still be our story. The story should not have changed to him being dead. What the heck? And there's already people out there saying, like, I saw this on Facebook, and this is the stupidest thing. I don't. Somebody should put this to rest and say this is fake news. There's this group out there on Facebook claiming that Kyle Busch's death was suspicious. Apparently, according to them, he won a big, like, $25 million lawsuit against some insurance company for something. And the thing is, they didn't say what. Like, wouldn't they have said what it was if it was real, if it was a real story? So they didn't say. They just said he won. I don't know. It could be true. It could be fake news. I don't know. I don't remember there being any lawsuits he was involved in, but apparently he won, and the insurance company is mad. And so, apparently, according to them, they're insinuating that the insurance company took it out on him, and this is like revenge. And they're like, it's a suspicious death, and you should check out the insurance company. Why don't we not do that? Like, no. How about we not? They, how would they even have anything to do with it? You know what I'm saying? Like, no. I'm not buying into what they're trying to sell. I'm just not buying that. But if you are a Sirius XM subscriber, you should look. Well, actually, you might be able to listen to it right now because Sirius XM's doing their free trial for the year. It's until June. I want to say they said June 3rd, but I can't remember. But it's free right now, they said. I don't know if that counts for if that's just in the car or if that's on the app. But if you're a subscriber, for sure, you can listen to these. And if you go on to the archives on the app, you can break it down by guest, guest, what do you call them? Speakers? Anyway, the show guests, you can break it down by their names. And there's a lot of good people, like good tributes from various people throughout NASCAR talking on SiriusXM today. I think my favorite one was David Reagan. I didn't realize I guess I did, but it's been so long that I had forgotten that he was the one who filled in for Kyle Busch when Kyle Busch was in that serious crash in the Xfinity race at Daytona in, what was it, 2015, where he crashed, broke his leg in like 3 places, and then went on to win the championship. Pretty crazy. But I didn't realize that David Reagan was the one filling in that car. I don't know if he did every race, I can't remember. I guess I probably knew at the time, but it's been so long, I had completely forgotten. I think his was the best. Trying to remember who the other one was that I really liked. And then they read part of Austin Dillon's tribute. Austin Dillon's probably the best written tribute that I've seen. He wrote a letter to Kyle Busch and he posted it on Instagram, but I saw it on Facebook, so I'm guessing maybe it got shared to Twitter as well. Just really, really good. And my favorite was the reference to holding my watch. I laughed out loud when I got to that point, and then I thought it was interesting that Kyle wanted to know 2 years ago, well, almost 3 now. He's like, "Do you think your granddad would want me at RCR?" And Childress is like, "Do you think Kyle would want to come to RCR?" Like, they both doubted that the other would want to work with them. And then in there, he talks about all the people. He didn't name names, I don't think, but he talked about all the people that Kyle Busch mentored throughout his years, especially through Kyle Busch Motorsports. And I didn't know. I don't know if anybody knew this, but I definitely didn't. If it was public knowledge, I didn't know. Kyle Busch actually wanted Austin Dillon to race for him. Obviously, like Austin said, that did not go over well with Childress. But apparently he asked. I didn't know that. So, yeah, lots of sad tributes today. And I don't know, like I'm still just I don't understand how this is reality. Like I'm like the fan. They said somebody called up SiriusXM yesterday. I didn't listen yesterday, but I listened today. And I feel like the fan they said called up and said, "Is this what it was like when Dale Earnhardt passed away?" Because they're younger and they weren't there. Well, I was old enough, but I didn't pay attention to NASCAR back then. So I'm like that fan. I'm like, is this what people were going through? Like, is it surreal? Like, you can't believe this is actually happening. Like, this can't be reality. But apparently it is. And they also said, and I've been to this race shop. I think I know the entrance that they're talking about, but they said at the entrance to the shop, people have built a memorial to Kyle Busch. Like they've brought flowers and stuffed animals and other kinds of trinkets. And I agree with Danielle. The most touching one, it's silly, but it's the most touching one because he drove that car for like a long time. Like I still think of him as the number 18 Eminem's car. Still, like it's been what, 2.5, 3 years ago? 23, 24, 25, and half of 26, so 3.5 years ago, since he's driven that car. I still think of him as Eminem's 18. So somebody left a package of M&Ms on the pile of tribute stuff at the race shop. So it's it's funny, but it's very like it's accurate. Like that's what people thought of and still think of when they think of Kyle Busch. people were talking to about the different commercials that he was in, promoting Mars and M&Ms. There were some good ones. Some really cute ones, I have to admit. I don't know if he was the best spokesperson to represent a kid's product like that. Like, it's not totally a kid's product, but kids and candy. I don't know if he was the best. He was good at it, but I don't know because of his language on the radio if he was the most appropriate driver for that task. But he was good at it. I will have to give him that. Much as I didn't like him, he was good at it. And there were some really good commercials. If I was one of the brave ones, I would make a compilation like they've talked about people doing on YouTube. But I'm afraid of copyrighted content and getting my account taken down, so y'all are all just stuck with me. You don't get any good stuff. So, um, I can't believe I talked about this for another 30 something minutes. Craziness. Crazy. I don't think I said anything new that I didn't say yesterday, but this was supposed to be post-race show. But, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what this "there's no way" comment that you left was in regards to, but I'm assuming it's in regards to Kyle Busch's death. It was a long time ago that I saw it there. I was just not breaking up my thoughts, I guess. So, all right, unless anybody has anything they want to say, I may call it good. I just went live because I'm supposed to do this after every race, and there was supposed to be a race today, but didn't happen. So I went live anyway to take the time slot that I would have been live for that. So, if anybody has anything they want to add to this discussion, I'm more than happy to keep going, but otherwise I may put it into this. Alexa, time.
It's 8:54 p.m.
See, it's louder now. You guys can hear it now. And all my viewers have gone away. But, if you watch the replay, uh, this is Blind NASCAR fan. I am blind and I love NASCAR, hence the name. If you want to subscribe, I would love that. It is free. I know people are getting confused, I think, because they you have so many subscriptions. You subscribe to ChatGPT, costs money. Subscribe to the Echo, I can't say her name, Plus, costs money. Subscribe to Netflix, subscribe to Hulu, subscribe to whatever. It all costs money. So YouTube subscriptions though are free and they do help me get to my goal. So if you would be willing to please subscribe to me, like this video if you like my content, and if you want to actually see me go to more races, you can help me get there too. There's a link in my bio where you can donate, or you can ask me for my PayPal link. I will accept that way as well. So, at 40 minutes, wow, look at me. Who knew I could talk so long about. I don't want to say nothing because we were talking about Kyle Busch, but I didn't think I would even get this much time with the The post-race show that wasn't. Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome. I am just talking about whatever. It was originally supposed to be the post-race show, but it's now the post-race show that wasn't because it's raining in Charlotte. I talked about Kyle Busch. Sad day. Um, that was almost all that we talked about, but we can talk about whatever you want now that we've passed that point. So we can talk about blindness stuff, we can talk about NASCAR stuff, we can talk about Legos. If you got questions, drop them in the comments. If you're a NASCAR fan and you want to tell me your favorite memory about Kyle Busch, you can do that. If you want to talk about something else entirely, you can ask me my favorite color, my favorite food, whatever. Put some comments down below. I don't even know if it's down below. It's down below if you're on Facebook. I don't know what it is over here. We're just hanging out, watching it rain. It was actually even raining here, but it was just spitting. It wasn't really, I wouldn't even call it sprinkling. It was just spitting. So, what do y'all want to talk about? Let's talk about something. Let's talk about, what can we talk about? I watched a video today that was pretty interesting. It was from a girl who goes by Blindy Girl on Facebook. I believe her name is Serena. She's pretty cool, but she was talking about the misconceptions about blind people. It was pretty fascinating. One of them was the fact that we all wear sunglasses. Obviously, you can tell I don't. Maybe I should, because I've been told that my eyes look weird and they scare children. It's true, they do. But I don't wear sunglasses. They're not comfortable, and my vision is worse if I wear them. Like, after I had my surgery, my eyes were sensitive to light, so I had to wear them. But now they're not anymore. I don't know what happened. So they darken everything. So they, I can't see as much with them. I will wear them at NASCAR events because I don't want dust or anything else to get in my eyes. But otherwise, um, trying to remember the other misconceptions she mentioned. There was 10 of them, I think, but I don't remember them all. But if Blindy Girl is a pretty good follow. I don't know if she's here on YouTube. I've not yet been able to find her. But if you have Facebook, she's a pretty good follow. She has an easy to listen to voice, and she has an interesting sense of humor. Her video about online shopping and how we are shut out of online shopping, if for no other reason than the color descriptions. She said that so well, and she said it with humor, so it was funny, but it was good. So she's a really excellent follow if you're looking for somebody. Trying to remember the other misconceptions she mentioned, and I can't remember them. It was in the middle of my Kyle Busch tribute marathon, not gonna lie. So I had trouble remembering it, but oh, my favorite blindness misconception is the fact that we all have perfect hearing or that our other senses improve. Okay, well, how does that explain the blind people with diabetes or some other health condition whose fingertips are not sensitive enough to read Braille? Yep, it happens. So, the theory is that your sense of touch is greater. Well, maybe in my fingertips, but maybe only because I trained them that way and I don't do a lot of outdoor work, so I don't have any calluses on my fingers or anything. But I don't think that my sense of touch is greater. My hearing is definitely not greater if I didn't kill it with the sound of NASCAR engines. It's just not, like, I trained it to hear stuff and to distinguish certain sounds, but I can't use audible traffic signals, they confuse the heck out of me. And nowadays, they're probably safer with all these quiet cars roaming around because you can't hear them. To me, sometimes I can't hear anything at all, and when I do, it sounds like bicycle tires. You don't hear the motor at all, so audible traffic signals might be really helpful if I could figure out how to use them, but my brain just gets confused and I don't like them. So obviously my hearing's not even better than other blind people's. Those were the two that I remember from her show. I know, they really do, like, it's funny because people are always worried about blind people getting hit by cars, but the people who've gotten hit by silent cars, most of them are sighted people. It's not funny because it's never funny when somebody gets hit by a car, but it is funny because the misconception is that we would be the ones to have that happen to us, and I think the very first one, sadly, was a child, and then 2 adult women, and then I don't know. I think there it's been a while since I have looked at the stats, but 2 years ago, it was, like, 5 or 6 people that I had read about, so I don't know what the numbers are now, and I don't know, they were talking about, like, making some sort of alarm, like a beeping, like what you get with the audible traffic signals. I don't think that would help. That would just really break my brain. Like, I got a traffic signal that's stationary beeping. Now I got a car that's beeping. Like, my brain would just be like, like it would just be so confused. It would not make any sense. um, I yeah, I don't think that would help at all. Oh, and now to make it worse, you have driverless cars, which in some ways is good. Like, if they can ever work them out so they don't crash into each other, other vehicles, and people, that would be excellent. Because it's about the only way blind people like me are ever going to be able to travel truly independently of anybody else. I don't know if they will ever be able to get them to work that well, but if they can, one, the price is going to be too high, so I wouldn't be able to afford it anyway. But if I could, I mean, that's the only way that blind people will ever truly be able to travel completely independently of other people. Yep. True dat, true dat. Cars, other people. Like, I know blind people, I can't do this, but I know blind people who can hear somebody walking in a hallway or whatever, and they recognize their steps. I can't do that. I mean, sometimes I get lucky, but, like, people walk differently with shoes, without shoes, with slippers, like, no, can't do it. That is totally not me, I can't do it. Adam, hello. Um, what other misconceptions were there? Those are the 2 biggest ones, really. The sunglasses and the senses being stronger. Uh, this is not a misconception per se, I don't think, but this is something that's really hard to explain to people. The blindness being a spectrum thing. Like, I think the assumption, so maybe it is a misconception, but the assumption is that blindness means total darkness. And sometimes I think this comes from the Bible stories about blind people. Other times I don't really know where it comes from. But it's not. Like, most blind people are not total. They have light perception, which is almost total, but still not total. They have, like me, I can see colors and shapes and movement and shadows, like, and the lighting makes it different every time. So just because I see something you show me today at a specific time does not mean I will see it tomorrow at a completely different time. The level of sunlight, the level of indoor lighting, it's all the quality, like the type of lighting. Is it LED lighting? Is it incandescent lighting? Is it fluorescent lighting? Like, it all matters. And my eyes work differently in every type of light and where the light is coming from. Like this bright light that I'm using right now to light up my face for this show, it's down low, like it's down here. If it was up here, anything down below I would be able to see. With the light down here, maybe I could see it if it's up here. Like I can see my hand up here. But if it's down here, I don't see anything. I don't even see my hands. I know my hands are moving, but I don't see them. Because light is in the way. Um, I think I talked about this a whole bunch at the beginning of the video if you want to like get really in depth into what I think. I think it is very, very sad. Like, I don't know. There's so much heartache in the NASCAR community in 2000, the end of 25 and 26. Like, they're going to be really happy to get this year over and done. Like, goodness. But Kyle Busch, like, seriously, like, I want to know if this is how people felt when Earnhardt died. Because I was not a Kyle Busch fan. I did not like him. But I never would have wanted him to die. Like, nobody ever wants anybody else to die. And I feel so bad for his children. For his wife too, but especially his children. Like, goodness. And because they're in the public eye, not only is it terrible, like the sudden, I'm assuming unexpected. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he knew he was sick for a while. Maybe the family knew and they just didn't make an announcement. I don't know. It seems awfully sudden for me as an outsider, but I don't know what the family knew. But either way, like, those kids and Samantha are gonna have to put up with a lot of media questions. Because, I mean, they're not like Taylor Swift celebrity, but they're still a celebrity. And that's gonna be hard, I think. That's probably gonna be the hardest. Like, they are not going to be able to grieve in peace. And somebody brought up a really, oh my gosh, this is terrible. Like, a really awful thing today I never even thought of. Richard Childress. Dale Earnhardt raced for him, died while racing for him. However many, what is it, 25 years later, Kyle Busch raced for him, died while racing for him. I mean, he wasn't in a car like Earnhardt, so it wasn't an on track death, but it was still, he still died while being a member of that race team. I can't, like, that has to be the most awful thing. I mean, 25 years later, when you hear Childress talking about it, he still gets emotional about Dale Earnhardt. I don't know if he was as close to Kyle Busch as he was with Earnhardt. They were legit friends. I don't know if it was like that with the relationship with Kyle Busch, but still, like, he was part of that team. And Austin Dillon said that it's a family over there, and once you join the team, you're part of the family. I just, wow. I'm entertained by the conversation in the comments. So, Kyle Busch memorabilia, I have something. I don't remember what it is. And it wasn't I just, like, stuck it away somewhere because it wasn't important to me. Because, like I said, I was not a fan of his. I did not he was like if you piled them up in least favorite, it would have been Kurt, then Kyle, and then Michael Waltrip. Like, that's the order that they went in. So, I mean, like, whatever it is I have, I don't know where it is, and I don't remember what it was. I think it was Kyle Busch's. Maybe not. Oh, and I did get something my dad got from his work. It was some kind of, like, I don't know if it was a magnet. It doesn't say Kyle Busch, so you wouldn't know. I think it says the number 8 and whatever the sponsor was for that race, but it doesn't say Kyle Busch, so you wouldn't necessarily know. Except I knew who was driving that car at the time. Is there a Kyle Busch souvenir I want? Yes. I want the Gateway race win for 2 reasons now. One, because I want to collect all the winning cars from Gateway because that's my home track. But also, that's the last win, Cup Series win that Kyle Busch had, and I think that it would be cool because I was there live. I saw it happen. Like, I was annoyed, and I told my brother-in-law it was a fun day, but it would have been better if somebody else had won the race. But, like, I would like to have that diecast because it was Gateway, and I want Kyle's and I want Denny's. I don't have either one. Behind me, I have Joey's and I have Austin's. Austin's is dual autographed with Austin and the crew chief. Joey's is just plain. But I have them both. I want Kyle's and I want Denny's to add to my collection. I don't have them and I probably won't ever get them because, one, it's been so long since Kyle, I don't know if you can even buy it anymore. But also, I don't have the money. Um, but otherwise, I don't have any Kyle Busch stuff. I have some that my mom made. She made nail wraps for a debunked direct sales company. It's no longer around, but it was called Jamberry. And the nail was like the yellowy school bus yellow that the M&M's packages are. And then down here at this part of your nail, she put a green circle, a I think it was orange in the middle, and red circle over here that reminded you of M&Ms. On each circle, she put an M, so it really reminded you of M&Ms. And then up in the yellow part, she put the number 18. They're the cutest nail stickers ever. Like, I tried to sell them back in the day and nobody would buy them. I'm like, they're adorable. Why would you not want them? They're so cute. I still have those because nobody bought them. Maybe I should wear them as a Kyle Busch tribute because they're really adorable. I love them. But whatever. I'm smarter than most people. Well, I don't know about that, but thank you. I'll take it. um Most of my souvenirs, I got some I guess they were a gift. I don't know what you would call them. They're weird. It's like I want to call it a pocket knife, but it's almost too big to fit in your pocket. But they're Dale Earnhardt Sr. branded stuff. There's a pocket knife, and is it a bottle opener? I can't remember, but there's like 4 of them. I think that eventually I might give them away as like gifts on the channel here cuz it's not something that I'll ever use. And I'm not attached to it. Like, you guys are never getting my Justin Allgaier stuff, just so you know. Like, I could never do that. Like, I would even be terrible at like there's channels, like not channels, but what is his name? The autism guy, Sammy, I can't remember his last name. He does autism awareness and he's always getting stuff donated by race teams that he gives away. Okay, well, I could do that with most drivers, but Allgaier stuff, I would be too tempted to keep it. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, no. Most of my stuff is Trevor. Like, I got this box that I bought from someone. He was selling them for super stupid cheap, and I bought them. I think there are 4 in here. Then I have 1 Ross Chastain, 1 Joey Logano, 3 Justin Allgaier, and who is the other one? Bobby Labonte, I think. It's old, like super old school that I got from the autism guy. It was the I believe it was the 18 before Kyle Busch drove it. And then I have I think it's a Matt Mills truck. I am not even sure where that is. Might be up there on the top. I don't know. But I have a truck. I bought the truck because I couldn't imagine what a NASCAR truck looked like. It was driving me crazy. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna buy this because I want to know what this truck looks like. I just couldn't I couldn't imagine what it would look like. So I have that. And most of my other souvenirs are like little, like, let's see if I can reach it and not knock everything off. Oh, like I can reach it. Where did I put it? Ah, I can. So this is a souvenir that not many people have. I can't afford sheet metal, but this was sent to me by somebody at Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. These are the little, I don't know what they're called. They're the things that go on the splitter to add weight at Daytona and Talladega. These are actually from the Daytona car in August of 24 from Keselowski. And I should cut the thing off, but I don't. These are cool. I also have, get up there. I also have the painting. It's hand painted on canvas of Trevor Bayne in Victory Lane at Daytona. And I believe it is signed by all the Wood brothers, Trevor and all of them. I got this. They were giving them away, like, not very many, but they were giving some of them away on Twitter. I think they were trying to get rid of them. And I asked John, I was like, is it acceptable to enter this contest from 2 different Twitter accounts? Because I had 2 at the time. And he's like, you know what? Send me your address. I'll just send you one. And I was like, wait, what? You're just gonna send it to me? I don't even have to like properly enter? And he did. He sent it to me. So I have cool stuff like that. But I don't have much, if any, Kyle Busch stuff. My top 4. Are we not counting Allgaier in my top 4? Like, Sammy Smith is the driver, but that's not the autism guy's last name, is it? I don't know, maybe it is. It's Sammy something. I should know. I'm friends with him on Facebook, but I don't. According to John, that's an interesting username. I went live by hitting the go live button. I know that's not what you're asking. You want to know how I did it without being able to see what I'm doing. And the answer is I have an iPhone, and Apple products have VoiceOver, which is a screen reader that reads everything on the screen. And so it talks to me as I swipe through the screen with I swipe with my finger like this, or double tap to select something, and it reads everything theoretically. And so yeah, that's how I did that. It is hard to answer the top 4 question. If we go across all series, it would be Allgaier, Chastain. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man, I don't know if I can pick 4. Um, Probably Majeski and Butterbean. I don't know. It's too hard. Oh my goodness, it's so hard. If I go by series, I don't know if I could pick 4 in the trucks, but my top 2, obviously, I just told them to you. Majeski and Butterbean, Brendan Queen. Um, O'Reilly, definitely Justin. I don't know if I even need to pick anybody else, to be honest, but I'd pick Jesse Love if I had to pick a second. Um, then where would I go? Cup Series would be Chastain, and then it used to be Joey. And then Joey started doing stupid stuff. Like some people would say he's always done stupid stuff, but I didn't see it that way. I think I was like, for lack of a better word, I was blinded by my like of him. He so the thing I liked about Joey, no matter what stupid stuff he did on track and no matter what like disrespectful thing he might have done, the thing I liked about him was that people always say, I've always heard people say, you can hear the smile in their voice. I never could do this unless it was like they were almost laughing. Like if they were just talking like I'm talking right now, I would not necessarily be able to hear the smile in your voice. But I could with Joey. And it was almost infectious. Like I loved every single interview with him. It would make me smile. Like no matter what was happening in my day, it would make me smile because he was smiling and he sounded so happy that it made me want to smile. And then I don't know what happened. He went off the rails in 24 and 25 and he just started doing stupid stuff. That maybe like I said, maybe he's always done them and I just never noticed. So he started bugging me, and so Ross Chastain has definitely outseated him for number one because one, I've met Ross twice, and well, no, actually 3 times I've met Ross, and he's been awesome every single time. And I, how do you not like Ross? Like he's a nice guy. He's super fun. He smashes watermelons. Come on, how do you beat that? That's so crazy and fun. So Ross would be number one. Number two, probably Carson Hocevar, because he's fun. And Carson, Carson and Ross make me think that they've completely changed my opinion of race car drivers. Like I used to think that I would have hated watching Dale Earnhardt and Daryl Waltrip race because I would have thought they were dirty drivers. I would have hated that. But then Ross and Carson came along and my nose itches. Stop it. Goodness. Ross and Carson came along and they are like, well, Ross not so much because I swear it's because Rick Hendrick stuck his nose where it didn't belong and told him to shape up and not race the way he was because he hasn't been as checkers or wreckers as he used to be. But anyway, when they do crazy stuff on track and everybody gets mad, drivers get mad, fans get mad, media gets mad. It creates drama and I love it. I'm super entertained by it. So I've completely changed my opinion in the last 3 years. Maybe 4. I don't know. What do I do for a living? Well, I am unfortunately part of the 70% of blind people who are unemployed. So the answer is nothing. Hence why I'm here on YouTube. I'm trying to turn my YouTube into a monetizing venture. Which all started because when I met Ross last year, I I got the tickets for the trucks and the Xfinity through NASCAR Fan Rewards. And my friend I don't know if she's still on here, but my friend Michelle lives in Charlotte, so I was like, well, I can stay at Michelle's house and I can go to the race and I don't have to pay for a hotel. I only have to pay for food and transportation, which is expensive enough, those two things by themselves. So I went to Charlotte and anyway, I got my plane ticket and it put me in the hole because something went through that I didn't know about. So I was in the hole July, August, September when Gateway race came around. I went to the race but couldn't buy squat because I didn't have any money. I October came around. I wasn't in the hole anymore by October, but I didn't have any money. And I felt really bad doing this. But the only way I was going to Charlotte, even though I had my plane ticket, the only way I was going to Charlotte and not starving to death because I didn't have any money for food, the only way was to do GoFundMe. And I did it, and people gave me like almost $800, y'all. Like, it was amazing. And I felt guilty because I'm like, well, I'm not having a health crisis. I'm not having my house didn't burn down, a tornado didn't tear out my house. Like, I thought, like, I felt guilty. Like, I'm literally just asking people to fund my vacation. So somebody was like, well, don't feel guilty, just turn it into a YouTube channel. So I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. So here we are. I haven't had any money to attend any more races. So my ultimate goal hasn't happened, but I'm building my follower base. I decided I was going to do this YouTube and I was going to do reviews of racetracks and race shops and maybe even the NASCAR Hall of Fame to see how well they handle blind guests. Is there accessibility issues? Are they willing to help with the issues? Are they willing to get I don't care if it's a staff member or a volunteer, because I know these racetracks have hundreds of volunteers on race weekend. So I don't care if it's a non-paid volunteer. But are they willing to have somebody there to help me meet me at the Uber drop-off, help me find my way through the fan zone? I mean, if I needed it, would they be able to provide a volunteer? I could get my own, like I could ask around in the fan base to see if anybody wants to come with me. But I'm just curious, like, what level of accessibility are the racetracks willing to offer? And I'm not judging them unless they just don't want to do anything. Then heck yeah, I'm judging them. I'm not expecting them to provide someone to be there with me the entire time, though. If they do, that's spectacular. But I'm not expecting that. But I am curious, like, what they are willing to do. And then after the race weekend is over, I will do a review on my channel. So right now we've got Charlotte and Richard Childress Racing and Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing as reviews. I should really do one on the NASCAR Hall of Fame. It was a long time ago, like back in 24, but I really should do one, honestly, because they were incredible. Like, incredible. Okay, well, RFK doesn't count because it was a private tour, I guess, but so was the Hall of Fame. Both of them were like the best experiences. Um, so yeah, that is my ultimate goal for this channel, is to visit more tracks and race shops and do these accessibly. And we can do it more than once. Like, I can do your review and then you can improve and I can do it again. Or if you want help, like, I've discovered a lot of apps recently that can help make them more accessible. Some of them NASCAR would have to get involved because it's just too expensive. But other things are fairly inexpensive and the track could do it themselves. Um if they wanted to. If anybody wants to help with that, the link to donate is in my bio. My foot is completely asleep. I can no longer feel my toes. But anyway, um, ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Wow, it's quiet. Everybody in my house must have gone to sleep. Alexa, time.
The time is 9:31 p.m.
Oh,
Did that
goodness.
answer your question?
Yes. It wasn't that hard of a question. I don't know how she didn't know if she answered it. That's funny. Wow, thanks guys. At 40 minutes I thought I would be done, and now it's 40 more minutes and we're still here. Um those were good questions though. I always get the who's your favorite driver or what your top 4 are, and it's always hard for me to answer every time. We have lots of racing this week though. Oh, if anybody on here is an IndyCar fan, do they do anything on track tomorrow? Because I am not from I watched the 500, but that's about it. Like I've watched more Indy races this year than I've watched in my entire life because they're all on Fox and sometimes they're just on. There's nothing else to watch and they're just on, so I watch them. But I'm not familiar with it, so like I know last week was qualifying or time trials, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if they do anything on Saturday, but according to the forecast, it's supposed to rain, so maybe they won't do anything. But um hello. Thanks for the compliment. I will be watching the Indy 500 if it doesn't rain and well, I'll be listening to the Coke 600 on the radio. I don't know if I'm going to watch it cuz y'all it's the principle of the thing. Like sports should not be pay for view, and I don't I can't see paying for a Prime subscription just to watch NASCAR. Like I don't really even like the fact that I got suckered into doing it with SiriusXM, honestly. Like I do it and I really like Larry Mack and Danielle Trotta's show, so I don't want to stop paying for it because I really like their show. But is it worth 11.99 a month just for their show? No. So I really don't like that I'm paying for that, but I keep doing it, so but I don't know. Like 14.99 unless it's gone up for 5 NASCAR races in a year. And it's 14.99 per month. So no, I really don't think this is a thing that I should do. Yeah, it has. I have gone to more races than I thought, honestly. Somebody asked me this a while back, and I have been to, I believe the total count was 8 truck races, 4 Xfinity. No, is it 4? Yeah, 4 Xfinity and 6 Cup races so far. So I've been to a lot more than I thought. And then I went to Indy Lights once because Indy and the trucks, NASCAR trucks used to race the same weekend at Gateway. And the Indy Lights race was before the truck race, which I had tickets for, and they let me watch. It was probably about 2/3 of the race that we watched. And then I watched a something Silver Crown. I can't remember the full name of it. Cody Swanson was the driver at the time. Apparently, he was like the Jimmy Johnson of the series. But he won the day back in 2014 that I saw. That was at Gateway also. The very first truck race back there under the new track ownership. I remember they had My Track is Back shirts. I have one of those. That was a cool shirt. I got the lime green well, I think it's actually yellow. Yeah, I think it's like a fluorescent yellow, whatever you call that. I got that shirt and I got all the drivers to sign it. That was fun. But the Silver Crown cars raced before the trucks, like they raced in the afternoon. And so I got all the truck drivers and Cody Swanson and two Jeff no, Jeff. Jeb Burton crew members. That was back when a long time ago. Um, so yeah, I think that was all of the Oh, I went to a what is it called? They were Mustangs at Charlotte last year after the Xfinity race. I can't think of the name of that series. It is fun to have hobbies. My other one is right here. Legos! Yay! Oh, here we go. Lego. I'm like looking for something to show you, and I have this. I don't know what this is. It looks like a game spinner. I don't have the part that spins, but I do, but not attached to this. But it looks like the spinner for a game. Um, I don't know what happened to the piece I was going to show, but yeah, Lego is cool. It's my other hobby. And Bristol. I've always wanted to go to Bristol. That's one of my bucket lists. Bristol. So my bucket list tracks are Daytona, Talladega, Bristol, Martinsville, and Arlington. Those are my bucket list ones that I really want to go to at some point. What races are expensive? Heck yeah, they are. Or do you mean Legos are expensive? Because, yeah, they can be expensive too, but not like NASCAR. NASCAR is just like outrageously expensive. It's stupid. um, yeah. It's like, um, yeah. I am thirsty. I'm gonna take me a drink. I'm almost out of water. I keep hitting the stand to the tripod, so hopefully I don't send you on an earthquake. Pardon moi. I am thirsty. All this talking. Thought I would be done after 40 minutes, and now it's almost an hour and 20 minutes later. Okay, maybe not quite. It's only 1 hour and 22 minutes. Okay, not as bad as I thought. We slowed down a bit. Yes. Lego, like, some people, y'all, like, there's a Lego club here in the St. Louis area, and some of these people have, like, thousands of dollars of Lego, and I'm just like, this one guy has like, it's not as big as the Lego Masters show, but he basically has his own wall of bricks. Like, if they need a brick, they build certain things in his basement for their Lego shows, and they do it because he's got all these spare bricks just laying around. I'm like, I'm so jealous. Like, I have maybe 5 buckets of Lego. Well, let's see. One, two, three, four, five. Five true buckets. And probably the equivalent of 3 more buckets of Lego, and that's it. Like, I don't have nowhere near what he's got, and I'm jealous. Very, very jealous. And Lego too, like some of the sets. I don't like to buy the sets because I can't see to follow the directions, like, and there's no words. Although Lego is getting better. So some industrious blind person made this website where they made not all the Lego sets, but a bunch of Lego sets. They made them so you could say, okay, well, I bought this Star Wars set. number whatever. All the Lego sets have different numbers. So you bought this one. You could go on there and there would be directions for you to put it together. In audio, like it was you could play it as a video form and it would read it out loud to you. Or you could just use your screen reader on your device and the computer would read it to you. I never had any of this sets, but I looked it up to see how it worked and it was pretty cool. Well, apparently it got to be a big deal and I guess Lego, I don't know, maybe they got jealous. But in either way, they bought him out. And now the website is run by the Lego company. And their goal is to have every Lego set that's, I don't know if they mean every one from the beginning of time or just every one that's somewhat current. But either way, there's a lot more Lego sets up there and it's pretty cool. I forgot what it's called, but I don't have most of those Lego sets and I'm also not patient enough. Like I just like to go to the Lego store and buy a bag of Legos off of the big table where you pick out whatever you want. Like it's a big huge table. It I don't know how to explain it. Like so it's a flat table but then it's like a box. So the table has four sides like this. And they fill it with random Lego pieces. I don't know where these Lego pieces come from. They're just random. And they fill this big bucket table thing. And then they give you a bag. Like you get there's three different sizes. And you whatever you can fit in that bag, you get for whatever price they charge for this bag. I usually get the $26 bag. And it's a lot of Lego. It's not a super lot, but it's I mean, you get to pick whatever you want out of that bin. You get to pick whatever color, whatever shape, as long as it's in that bin, you can have it. So it's pretty cool. Relaxing on a Friday night is good. Hectic days are not so much. Not so fun. Not so fun. I can't believe my likes jumped up to 15. Last time I looked up there, it was 9. That's pretty cool. You're the only one watching now, I think. What a world. It says it's reading it as what a world dot zero zero. I don't know if that's actually what it says, but that's how voiceover's reading it. You're the only one watching right now. So that's exciting. Ooh, I just got a new viewer, Tony, and a new like. Thanks. Awesome. Yay. I don't know how many subscribers because it won't tell me until I'm done. But hey. I'm working on getting to 500, so that's pretty awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, like I said earlier, we're just talking about whatever. It was originally supposed to be a post race chat, but the race got canceled until tomorrow morning. So now we're just random, and my hair is tickling my chin. It's really annoying. I am not professional. If you want professional, I am not your girl. Yay, awesome. Thank you much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I like all the subscriptions I can get. They're free for anybody else who join. I always wondered why people were saying that. Like, subscribe to my channel, it's free. But now I know. Somebody explained it to me and it makes perfect sense. You subscribe to Netflix, you subscribe to the Amazon Echo Plus. I can't say her name, which is actually what it's called, but if I say her name, it'll activate her. You subscribe to ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude. Is it Grok or is it Grok? I don't know, y'all. But you subscribe to that. You subscribe to Paramount Plus. You subscribe to Disney Plus. You subscribe to Sirius XM. And they all cost money. So it would make sense if you hear subscribe to YouTube that it costs money. But it doesn't. It's free. It's really weird and confusing, and I never even thought about it until somebody pointed it out. My channel is new, which is probably why I never thought about it, but it makes perfect sense. But, the one thing that I wish they would do, partly because I like to thank people, but also I realize it's not really any of my business, but I am curious, and some of them I would like to subscribe back. I wish that it would show you your subscriber list, not just the ones that have it public. I don't need to see who you subscribe to, but I would like to see that you subscribe to me. I think they should change that, but they don't. Sorry. All the cloudiness and all the emotional talk about Kyle Busch today is making me tired, apparently. Anyway, my water is gone. I'm yawning, and it's almost 10 o'clock. Alexa, time.
It's 9:47 p.m.
Yep, 13 minutes.
13 minutes, starting now.
Alexa, cancel. No,
Okay, canceling your timer.
I didn't want a timer. Oops. So, yeah, 13 minutes until 10 o'clock. Do you guys remember when the news, when I was a kid, I don't know when they stopped doing this, but when I was a kid, every day, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Every day. I don't know when they stopped. Does anybody else remember that? I am from Illinois, but I'm not going to say exactly where because there are too many creepers in the world, and the creepers in the world don't need to know where I live. I'm not saying that you're one of them. I'm just saying that there are creepers that don't need to know. um, I have no idea what voiceover is telling me your name is. I wish that I could show you. Back in the day, I shouldn't even say back in the day, like a few months ago, if I went live with YouTube, it would you would hear a voiceover talking. Now you don't. You only hear it if you want to hear what it sounds like. Go to my main channel and click the shorts tab and look up any of my race picks for the week and you'll hear voiceover cuz I get lazy and I just put it on the regular camera. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I just put it on the regular camera and so you can hear voiceover talking. But with the where however YouTube works, it doesn't I guess it's talking through the top speaker, like the ear speaker, and not the speaker at the bottom of your phone. I can't really tell. I know the volume is different because if I went to X to share this, it would sound different. So I know it's different somehow, but I'm not entirely sure what's happening. But it doesn't allow you to hear voiceover anymore, so I spent an entire live this is how I learned that it doesn't do that anymore. I spent an entire live a few weeks ago telling people, "Voiceover, that's the voice you hear talking in your ear." Except nobody was hearing it. Oops. So I can hear it, but y'all can't. I don't know how loud I would have to put it for you to hear it. Or if you ever would. Thank you, thank you. I definitely will try to keep it up. That is the goal. Um Ooh, it jumped up to 17. Awesome sauce. Thank you guys. 67 Burger King. Ooh, you need to subscribe to me. You know why? Then I would have Dr. Pepper, McDonald's, and Burger King. I don't know why, but I think this is funny. I love all the food. It makes me happy. My day has been very sad. I've been listening all day to the Kyle Busch tributes on SiriusXM NASCAR channel. And like I didn't actually have any tears fall, but I had tears in my eyes for a lot of it. Which is crazy because I'm not even a Kyle Busch fan. I never liked him. But it's also sad, like, to think about his little kids, 11 and 4, and his wife, like, oh my gosh, it's so sad. And he was the younger of the brothers. His brother is 7 years older than him and still alive. And his parents. Kyle Busch is only 41. He's younger than me. Like, it was so sad. Like, I'm still in shock. Like, I can't believe that this is our reality. Like, I don't know. Like, you can tell me something if you want. You're also telling the entire YouTube world to keep that in mind, but you can say whatever you want. Now, if it's not nice, you might get sent to Blocksville. Keep that in mind. But so far, you don't look like you're the type to do that. So, um, um, man, I just messed up my. So I was born blind. So I'd been this way for a long time. My parents knew when I was 4 days old. Well, thank you. I like to be awesome. I don't know if it's true or not, but thank you anyways. And thanks for those subscription. Now I have Burger King, McDonald's, and Dr. Pepper. I gotta get more food. I think this is funny and I love it. I need an ice cream. Maybe I got Burger King, now I need Dairy Queen. Oh, speaking of that, my town, not my town, but it's how many? It's a few towns away from me. There's this restaurant that's called Dairy King. This is so funny to me. So, if you're ever in this part of Illinois, there are a few of these locations. There's 5 of them in the country, I learned. Well, maybe 6 now cuz Clinton County has 2 of them. And then I think there's one in Tennessee. But there's this restaurant. So Burger King was already taken, Dairy Queen was already taken. So somebody decided they were going to call themselves Dairy King. Not Burger King, not Dairy Queen, but Dairy King. Cuz they're so creative. I just think it's funny. They're really good food. Their ice cream is yummy. And their food is not as good as it used to be. I swear they changed the formula after COVID, but it's still good. And I just think the name is funny. I'd like to just for fun find all of them in the country and go visit every single one of them. Road trip! Who wants to drive? Because obviously I'm not going to be the one to do it. Oh, the chat. I think you came right after, literally, like minutes, maybe not even minutes, maybe seconds after I talked about it. So the thing that I was talking about, if you were here, when I said I spent a whole chat telling people the voice you hear in your ear is blah blah blah, like, and then I realized nobody was hearing it. So it's a app that comes on Apple phones called VoiceOver, and it reads everything on the screen. So it's reading your chat, your comments. It's really bad at usernames, so half the time I don't get them right, but it tries, I guess. It'll read your comments, it just gets usernames really it butchers them a lot of times. Sometimes I have to guess, and sometimes I don't even try, like, I don't know what the username was a little bit ago that I was talking to. I'll read your question, but I can't say your name because I don't know what voiceover's trying to say. So anyway, hey, how rude. Somebody unliked. It was 18, now it's only 17. What gives? You can't unlike, that's not fair. Um, Alexa time.
The time is 9:56 p.m.
Ooh, it's almost 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? I really want to know when the news stopped saying that, because I remember that from when I was a kid. 1 hour, 40 minutes, 45 seconds. Wow. This is the longest post race show ever. Too bad it's not a post race show. Oh dear. Anyway. um, I don't know what else to talk about, to be honest. So if you have ideas, we have talked about Kyle Busch. We have talked about rain at racetracks. We have talked about my bucket list racetracks, my souvenirs, the races I've been to, some blindness misconceptions. We've talked about voiceover. What else did we talk about? Is that it? Maybe that's it. I don't even remember. So, if you have any ideas, drop them in the chat. Hey, there's an airplane outside. We could talk about airplanes. I used to go to all these air shows. My dad was kind of upset. He was as much into air shows and car shows as I am into NASCAR. So he used to go to air shows all the time. They were pretty cool. Like, I needed some audio description of what kind of, like, the different tricks that the planes did. I needed some audio description of somebody to explain, like, exactly what that looked like. But they were still pretty cool. I got to ride in one of the little bitty planes. It was like a four-seater. It was terrible. I would never want to do that again. But I was a kid back then, so I didn't know it was terrible. Now I know it's terrible and I would never want to do it again. But back then I didn't know it was terrible. I just thought it was cool. My vision was also a little bit better then. So like, and we were flying decently low. So I could see like this one building that I assumed was Pizza Hut because it had a red roof. It might not have been Pizza Hut, but that was what I assumed. Um, we were flying pretty low, like a normal height of airplane, like a normal flight. There's no way I could see the ground. Like, I mean, we were flying low. I don't know why we didn't go higher, but we didn't. So that was fun. It was just a little bitty plane, like it was like a go-kart in the sky, seriously. Like it was closed in, but like not. I would be terrified in this little plane as an adult, like I said. But I was a kid. I was maybe, I don't know, 11, 12. So I didn't know any better then. But I do now. Like I don't think I would even do it. Even though like those little planes are less dangerous than helicopter in the sense that you can bail out, like you can parachute, I guess, out of the little plane. I don't know if you can do that out of a helicopter. From what I understand, it's harder. Like if you have issues in a helicopter, you're probably dying. You might in the little plane, but you might not. That's the way I understand it. I don't know if that's true, but that's the way I understand it. But either way, the helicopter, like the kind where you're flying a tour over a city or whatever, they seem more substantial than this little bitty plane that I was in. And maybe they're not, but they seem like it. It had more insulation or whatever to block out the sound. So It seemed more secure. Maybe it was all an illusion. It's entirely possible. um, but yeah, that was I don't know what it was called. It was some kind of initiative. Only kids could fly in that little plane. Like whatever it was for. I don't know what the I don't know what it was called. I don't even remember the name of the air show, but it was only kids that the ride was available to, and there was obviously only three. There was the pilot, the front seat, and the two back seats. It was like I swear it was like a little car in the sky, but it felt more like a go-kart. The substantialness of the aircraft just did not seem like there was much to it. Ooh, and speaking of airplanes, and this video was supposed to be about NASCAR. So I just learned like two, maybe 3 or so years ago that they actually race airplanes. I don't know, but that sounds cool. I knew about racing boats. I didn't know about racing airplanes. I don't know if they still do it because 2 years ago there was a big crash, like a huge serious crash, and somebody died. And so I don't, they had canceled it, but I don't know if they had brought it back. I don't know. But it sounded really cool. Um, anyway, I I see there are two people watching now. But if y'all don't have anything to say, I think I'm gonna go and get ready for bed and see what my niece and nephew are doing. They're old enough to fend for themselves. They're not little kids. But they are here, and I have for almost 2 hours been in here talking to y'all instead of them. So I should probably go see what they're up to. They might be sleeping. It's awful quiet in my house. Oh, hello. I don't remember seeing your name in the chat, so you must be new. Like I said, I'm using voiceover and I have no idea what it's calling you. But thanks for the good night message and the sleep well message. If you have stuff to say, we can stick around and chat. It was just that I was not getting any chat messages, so I felt like I was being neglectful to my niece and nephew, even though, like I said, they're not really little kids, so they don't need me. But with 0 people watching, I felt like I was being neglectful. Sometimes I think the numbers lie though, because sometimes it says 0 and then I get comments like yours. Nope. I was trying to see if I could figure out your name, but nope, no clue. Ooh, yay! It jumped up to 20 likes. You guys are awesome! I don't think I've ever gotten 20 likes on a video before. That's really awesome. I think this is the most of my lives, my regular videos and my shorts. I think this is the most. That's so cool. I don't know why. I want to be popular. Oh, you have? Did you comment? You've been here a couple of times? I don't recognize your name. Now I feel bad. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm a terrible friend all around. Like, I, my friends are like, didn't you get my message from like days ago? Like, or I called you and you never called me back. Yep, I see. I didn't. Oops. or, or it's their birthday and I don't wish them happy birthday until 3 days later. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible friend. I can call you dude. That's cool. People get offended now when you call them dude. I used to call everybody dude for years, like, even when I was too old to call people dude. Because, like, that's normally something that you do when you're, like, teens, 20s. I was doing it, like, in my 30s, and I'd probably still do it now. And somebody was, like, so offended, like, "I am not a dude, blah, 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 like, don't you know what dude means?" Like, I was like, "Seriously?" That's like people like my dad's generation called everybody buddy. I mean, like, I know that people some people think dude only refers to guys, okay? I get that. But like they were so offended. It was funny to me. I didn't understand. You're usually just lurking. Okay, well, I understand that. I do that a lot. So, lurkers are cool if they like and they subscribe and they watch. Cause apparently I get more credit the longer you stay, so I'll take lurkers. That's cool. I need more water and I don't have any. Hey, niece of mine, come bring me water. She probably would, but then I'd have to yell. I don't want to. They have their iPads. This is how they roll. I tease my nephew because he comes in, he drops down in the lazy boy chair with his iPad. He's got his drink there by him. He's got his headphones on. To get his attention, you have to yell at him like loud, and he'll sit there the entire weekend. Like he sleeps there overnight with it. He's got his big fuzzy blanket, and he sleeps there overnight. And in the morning, you wake up, he's still there. He's awake, but he's still sitting in the chair. You come in like hours later, he's still sitting in the chair. He never moves. So I tease him about that. My niece is almost as bad, but at least she'll move. Like she's got her iPad and her drink and her headphones, and you have to kind of shout at her to get her attention too. But at least she moves. Like sometimes she'll be laying on the bed, sometimes she'll be sitting on the couch in the living room, sometimes she'll be sitting on the breakfast bar. Like she's doing the same thing everywhere she goes, but at least she moves to a different spot. It's so funny. I don't know how my screen reader is reading your name, but there are three fives, and you said stay blessed. So thank you. I would like to do that for sure. Saul Campbell, were you on here earlier? I had a Saul, but I feel like it was a different name. It was a different name after Saul. So I have this program. If all Apple products, whether it's a watch, a iPhone, iPad, a Mac, Apple TV, they all have this program called VoiceOver that reads everything on the screen. So it reads the comments, it reads all the like YouTube buttons up here where it has the time of my live, like how long the live is and how many people have watched it. It reads all of that. So that's I used to you used to be able to hear it. Um about 4 months ago. You used to be able to hear it, but they made an update and now you can't hear it. I spent an entire live telling people, "Oh, that voice you hear is called voiceover, blah blah blah." Okay, well, come to find out, nobody was hearing it because they made an update. I used to use these Echo earbuds, but I think they're going out because the last time I used them, the sound was cutting in and out and there was static. And they're fully charged, so there shouldn't have been. Well, they're not anymore, but they were fully charged, so there shouldn't have been. They shouldn't have been cutting out, and there's definitely I don't know what the static was all about. So lately, I've just been using the regular microphone on my phone. especially since the screen reader is not yelling at you. So, so yeah, that is that. Voiceover acts a little bit different. Like, it does all the same stuff that you guys can do, but it acts a little bit different. So, like, instead of touching something to activate it, I touch it to read it and then double tap to activate it. So if you want to open something, then it acts a little bit different, but it does the same things. Like, you can type with it, you can open stuff, you can scroll through websites. It even will describe pictures sometimes. So I don't understand why sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know the reasons for that. Sometimes it comes down to how the person built their website. Other times I think voiceover's just having a PMS moment. Like, honestly. I think that's what's happening. It's still just a mysterious illness. No, they're not, we may never know, honestly. Because it's like I told someone earlier, like, they're not obligated to tell us as fans, like, even if the family knew for a while what was wrong, they're not obligated to tell us. So as fans and the NASCAR media, we may never know. They may just not say. Maybe they knew about it for a while and they didn't say, or maybe they might learn about it later, but I'm sure the family knows, like, I'm sure Samantha knows. Maybe not. Sometimes there are illnesses where you don't know what it is, but I'm sure somebody surely has to know. It seems too like, I personally was wondering if he hasn't been sick for a while, especially when they said he called for medical assistance after Watkins Glen. I That really made me wonder because I didn't remember that happening. My dad remembers, and my brother-in-law remembers, but I don't. I don't remember hearing it. If I did hear it, I forgot all about it. So I'm wondering if they didn't know that he was sick and they just weren't telling anybody. So, like, and like maybe it wasn't as sudden. For us, it was sudden because we didn't know. But I'm wondering if the family knew and they didn't say anything, or maybe Kyle knew and he wasn't. Maybe, it's possible he knew and didn't tell even his wife. I highly doubt that, but it is possible. So I don't know. But as far as what they've said in the media, there's nothing that we know of yet. It's just a severe illness is all they said. And it just seems crazy to me. He goes in the hospital in the morning and he's dead by the evening. It's so crazy. Yep. It's just it's so crazy. Like, it's seriously gonna take me forever to get used to that being the new reality. Like, no more Kyle Busch. Really? Like, what? I can't. It's seriously, I think it's gonna take me longer, honestly, for this to sink in than Greg Biffle. And I think it's because Kyle Busch was still actively racing. So we heard about him every weekend. Greg Biffle, it was like, you heard about him for the hurricane when he was doing hurricane relief. And that, like, when else did you hear about Greg Biffle? Not often. It was super sad, and I did cry. But it's like, I don't know, it seems different to me, and I don't understand why, because I wasn't a Greg Biffle fan either, but if you asked me to pick between the two, oh, I would be Greg Biffle by far over Kyle Busch. Like, the only thing that I can think of is that Kyle was still actively racing and Biffle was not, so it seems more shocking. I don't know. Just seems different. Yeah, I don't know. It's very sad. And I really don't understand why it feels different than before, but it does for some reason. You know, I heard the other day, I think this is sad too. Somebody, and I heard it could be just for insurance because insurance is stupid, and they could be right because. But I heard that Greg Biffle's ex-wife is suing his estate for like a she's bringing a wrongful death lawsuit against the estate. That's just sad. Also, I read that somebody broke into his house and they think that it was somebody who knew the family because they knew right where to go to get the valuables. Like the alarm went off, they came in, they stole what they wanted, and they left before the cops showed up. So they clearly knew exactly where to go to get the valuables, which is just that's just wrong. And the most wrong part about this whole Greg Biffle thing, at least that I know of, is the person who stole. Like they somehow had access or they hacked into his bank accounts and stole millions of dollars from his estate. That's just terrible. Why would you do that? People, the more things like this happen, the more I think I really don't like people. I guess that's a terrible thing to say. But I feel it sometimes, like seriously. Ah, I should have stopped it right then. It would have been 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 2 seconds. That's the thing I like. I'm weird. I'm like OCD with my time. I like random times. Like if I'm scheduling a post, I schedule it for like 2:02 p.m. or 2:12 p.m. or 2:22. Not 2:30. It would be 2:34. So you got 2:34. Or it would be 3:21. So you got 3:21. It's like counting. Or it would be multiples. So like 6:42 or 4:22. It's like addition numbers that either add up to a number or you're counting like consecutive numbers or it's multiplying or dividing numbers. So like it would be 6:32 because three times two or two times three. It's I'm so crazy. You're not racist. You hate everybody equally. I love it. I love it. You know what's weird? Social media in general is a strange animal. So, like, social media can make you feel like you know people that you absolutely do not. Like the Allgaiers. I knew them online before he started racing for junior. So he had very few followers online. Like it was a small group of us. And if you tweeted him, you would always get a response. Both him and Ashley. You would get a response almost every time. Now they have too many fans. I can't do it because people would. Well, he responded to her. Why didn't he respond to me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, people would get angry because people are stupid. So because of that, like, you started to feel like you knew them. It's just so strange. Like, obviously, I don't know them. I at the time had never met them. Now I've met Ashley once and Justin 3 or 4 times now. One, two, three, four, five. 5 times. Yes, I just added them all up in my head. Chicagoland 2013. The Brant Racing headquarters announcement with Dale Jr. in 2016, Gateway in 2025, Charlotte in 2026. Oh, I forgot one. Dude, how did I miss that one? The championship celebration in 2024, where I got to actually touch the championship trophy. Yep, I named them all. There would have been a lot more if the Xfinity series raced at Gateway as much as the Truck series did. But oh well. I wish they would have, because now he's talking about retiring at the end of the year. That's I'm so sad. He can't retire. I don't know what I'm gonna do if he retires. Who am I gonna root for in the O'Reilly series? I don't know. But it makes you feel like social media makes you feel like you know people when you really don't. And with NASCAR, it's I guess it would be like this if I followed another sport or followed actors or singers or whatever. But NASCAR, I hear them on the radio every week, so I recognize, like Justin, I know his voice. When I meet him on an autograph line last year, he saw me coming because I was holding up the line taking pictures, which you're not supposed to do, but I was doing it anyways. And he saw me coming, so he's like, "I'm gonna save you the trouble and introduce myself." And I was like, "You don't even have to. Like, I already, from all the times I've met him before and hearing him on the radio, I know his voice. Like, I recognize it." And then you got social media, so it's like makes you feel like you know them, even though I mean, meeting him 5 times does not really constitute knowing. Like, it's a different thing. And I feel like it's like that with other people on social media too, like people that you talk to constantly, either on these kind of live chats or on social media, on like on Facebook comments or Twitter replies or whatever. I feel like some of the people that I met through Twitter, I feel like I know some of them more than I know people that I actually have met in person. It's such a strange phenomenon. Governor! Welcome! 2 hours and 10 minutes into the show. Okay, only 7, but still. We're we're trying to break the record, see how many likes I can get for the day. It looks like I'm at 21. We're trying to break the record. I think I broke the record already. I think my most likes before today was 15? I think I've broken it. Several times I thought I was ending. I thought I was ending at 40 minutes because I had 0 people watching. I thought I was ending at 1 hour and 20. Several times now I thought I was ending, but people keep talking to me and I gotten some good comments and questions, so as long as you keep sending them, let's see. I have 47% battery on my phone, so we can go for a few more hours. It does say only one is watching now, and it is after 10, so I probably should go. You know, that race that got canceled today is at 7 o'clock in the morning, my time. If I plan on getting up, I really should go to bed. I have a distinct feeling I am not watching most of this truck race. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. That is just too early. It's ridiculous. 7? Really? Good thing I don't live in California and be watching it at 5. I know, I saw. Well, actually, I didn't. I saw 21. It takes a while for it to update, apparently. That's pretty awesome. Um, my buddy up here, I forgot the name, from Southern California. If you want to watch the race, you're getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Have fun with that. Only 2 hours better than Hawaii. They're getting up at 3. At that point, you might as well not go to bed if you're me, because let's be honest. How many nights am I awake at 3? Governor knows. Because we're both Facebook messaging each other at that time. Ooh, yuck. See, you could get up to watch a race. I don't know if I could, but you could. Oh, it does still. It still says 21. I thought it would have updated by now, but nope, it still says 21. It would be 23 if somebody hadn't unliked jerk face. They're not watching anymore, so I can tell them, I can call them that. I don't even know who it was, obviously, it doesn't tell me, but I don't even know if it's possible. Can you look at who the people are who like your videos? I don't even know. I know you can on Facebook, but I don't know if you can over here. Oh, there it goes. Now it says 22. Yay! Yep. I can't imagine, like, the people calling the truck race tomorrow, they have to get up probably at least 5:30. They live there, most of them. Alex Hayden doesn't, but most of the people, well, no, Brad Gilly doesn't either. Mr. Texas boy. Well, take it back. Some of them live in the area, but either way, they have hotel. So they're getting up like 5:30 at least. I don't know what time. I don't know how early they have to be there before they go on air. But I'm thinking they probably are getting up at least 5:30, maybe even 5. That's disgusting. And I used to want to be a broadcaster. What was I thinking? Eureka! That's a cool name. Hello, welcome. We're just talking about whatever. I've said a million times now that I was leaving, and yet it's 2 hours and 12 minutes later, and I'm still here, so. We're talking about rain delays. We're talking about new NASCAR schedules where you have to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning to watch it. We're talking about voiceover and other blindness issues. Just talking about whatever you want to talk about. The money might make it. Yeah, you're right. The money definitely probably does help. Cool beans! I haven't heard that phrase in a long time. I had a friend in high school who used to say that all the time. You think that it would be that early? You think they have to be there like I'm thinking in the Charlotte area, their hotels or their living arrangements are within a half hour from the track. 45 minutes, maybe. I wouldn't think it'd be much further than that. And, ew. I'm not, like, no, I would not want to do that. You're getting there before the sun comes up. No. That's just terrible. It's not fun at all. That's not, that's, I lied. It's 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock my time. It's 8 o'clock their time because they're all on the East Coast too. So I got it a little bit wrong, but Adventure Time? I recognize Cartoon Network, but I don't recognize Adventure Time. Am I just that old? Man, I haven't watched Cartoon Network in a good 10, 15 years maybe. Wow. I'm guessing Cartoon Network is still a thing. Finn and Jake. Ooh, you're back. Or did you never go away? Maybe the numbers lied. Is it Tim? Well, welcome. I'm not sure what it's telling me your name is. I need a person to read comments or AI or something. Seriously. Maybe it would be better at figuring out usernames. I forgot about makeup for television, but I was mainly talking about the radio guys. I realize the TV guys have to do it too, but I was mainly talking about the radio guys. I didn't even think about TV because well, tomorrow I could probably watch it on TV. Yesterday I couldn't because we don't have the voice activation on the Roku, so I can't. If my dad isn't here, I can't watch it. My niece and nephew were here, but they're usually not willing to help figure it out, so yeah. Um, I didn't even ask them because they weren't racing. They were just waiting for the rain to stop, so I figured I wouldn't bother until. I should have for the pre race show because I was disappointed that the radio didn't broadcast the pre race show. Man, I was actually not. I was really disappointed because that's one of my favorite parts is the national anthem and all of that. And radio didn't broadcast it. I should have put it on TV. Should have had my niece or my nephew bring it up, but I didn't. And they didn't end up racing, so it didn't matter. But I didn't think about TV when I was talking about what time they have to get up. I only thought about radio. See? You're more reliable than. Oh, that's lame. Adult Swim is not. Cartoon Network used to be for kids. Like, I guess it makes sense. All the kids grew up and now they need. It's like McDonald's. All the kids grew up and they now need to market toward those adults, those kids that are now adults, which is sad, but I guess it's true. Eureka! Yes, I am. You didn't pick up on that when with our with our previous chats. Maybe you weren't here for some of them. I think you joined fairly recently, but yep, sure am. Press the star key. Well, how do you even get to the star key? I wonder what they would do if I had my niece or nephew turn it on and I just didn't tell them. I wonder. Oh, I know it's your first time, but I don't know when you joined. I thought that you had joined earlier when we were talking about voiceover, but you may have come after. Because I was thinking about somebody else's comment and I scrolled back to see it. It wasn't that far away, but it wasn't there, so. I get confused and I get so many comments that I can't remember who said what. So, yep. John, welcome. I am looking at a grand total of nothing. Well, I'm looking at this light because that's really about all I can see right now. And right now I'm very much distracted by the light shining on the carpet. It's really bright, which I've never noticed until now. Okay, well, you have a good point about kids not watching TV. But then, do we as adults really watch TV anymore? Because we have all those things too. Like, we have YouTube, Netflix, Hulu, all the junk on the Roku. Like, I mean, we watch TV in my house, but that's my dad. I don't watch it. I watch NASCAR if he's here to turn it on, but otherwise, I'm not watching anything. Maybe IndyCar now that it's on local TV. I don't know. Justin Allgaier was on Wild Cards on the CW, and it seemed like a pretty decent show. But it's like several years into the show. I might, if I was to pick a show, a modern show to watch, because honestly, there's not that much good content on TV now. Like, seriously. I very rarely ever see an advertisement for a modern show on TV that I want to watch. But Wild Cards was pretty good. But like I said, several years into it already. It may end sooner than later. I don't know. It was what my friends in college would call, or what my dad would call. He calls it this too. My friends in college called it trash TV. My dad would call it mind numbing television. Wild Cards falls into that category. But it was okay. I would watch that again. Most of the other shows that I see on regular TV now are even like not even cable TV, but just local TV. They're not none of them make me want to watch them. Like we watch Reba's new show, Happy's Place. And it's okay, but even that, like I don't care about it. I would rather listen to a book, honestly. Yeah, definitely play video games. Or I guess they're video games, but I think of video games like Xbox, but they're playing games on their tablets. Hey, my brother had a GameCube. He sold it a long time ago, but Flying Explorer, what is disgusting? Yep, CW still exists. I watch it every Saturday afternoon. NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts series every Saturday afternoon. I love so it's in my market. I know CW is not in every market, so a lot of people are mad. I love it because I never have to wonder where the O'Reilly series is going to be. I know that it's always on the CW. Always. I might wonder what time, but I never have to wonder what channel. You know, I don't think you're missing anything by not having TV, honestly. I really don't. I don't know what it is. Like, a lot of blind people love TV. I am not one of them. Like, back in the day, maybe, but like I said, there's just nothing that interests me on TV. I'd rather listen to a book. Sure does. I wanted to call it the WB the other day. I actually did call it the WB. It hasn't been the WB in a long time. It's the CW. And depending on who you ask, their NASCAR broadcast is terrible. But like I said, it's always on the same channel every single week. I never have to look for it. I love it. Hey, you guys! You guys! All of y'all who were here earlier when I was talking about my numbers and how slow they are to update, it now says 24 likes. Yay! Me. I am setting a new record. I think my record was 15, so I'm like way past it. It's gonna take a lot to break this new record. I'm so excited. It's the little things, y'all, that get me excited. I know. I'm crazy. I realize I'm not looking. So here's just something. To look at the camera, I have to be like this, right? So I realize for most of this, I've been like this. I don't know why. Well, partly because my legs are facing that way. But also, I only have vision in this eye. This is my left eye. I only have vision in this eye. So when I look directly at a phone, I'm looking with my head like this. Like it's tilted to the right. And it takes me a while. Like I have to like actually think about what I'm doing before I realize I'm not looking properly at the camera. And I think I've been doing this for like a half hour, maybe more. I have to retrain my brain again. It takes me a while to think about that cuz like if I look at what I think is straight on, I'm not looking at the camera. I'm looking over at my Lego buckets to me. I don't know if that's because people didn't like nobody taught me that when I was a kid. I don't know. It's like a habit. To me, looking is like this. But it's not like this is not straight. This is straight. Like this. And I have to like use my hands to like guide, like to make sure it's straight. This does not feel naturally comfortable to me. Like if you watch most of my YouTube, I'm like this. This is comfortable to me, but this is not straight. Hashtag blind probs. Interesting facts for you. Is this AI? No. Definitely not AI. Ooh. Well, we established I don't watch modern TV. Favorite TV show as a kid, well, an older kid, I was too old for this show. But as a kid, like a tween, they call them now. Preteen, like maybe through I don't know. I probably started watching it when I was 9, and I probably continued watching it until well, I might have stopped. It might have been about 7 through 9, so I guess I was still a kid. It was Shining Time Station. Most people don't know what this is. It was on the PBS channel, and it was Thomas trains. Like, they have Thomas now, but it's literally just the Thomas stories. But this was a real train station with real people. And Mr. Conductor, the tiny little man who would appear to only people that were worthy of seeing him, basically. And he told the stories about Thomas. You cannot have Thomas without Mr. Conductor. It is terrible. Terrible. That show has the best theme song ever made. Ever made. Shining Time Station, best theme song ever made. Seriously, ever. It's beautiful. I love it. You can actually find it here on YouTube, and it has not been taken down for copyright crap. Most of the actual Shining Time episodes are gone, but the song is still there. You can't have Thomas. So, another thing that Shining Time Station had was the jukebox, and inside the jukebox were puppets. They lived in the jukebox, and they were the ones that made all the music that the jukebox played. So, when you put in a quarter and you requested a song, puppets were the ones that played it. It was fun. Now you just get Thomas. Like, you don't get all the fun stuff that went along with Shining Time Station. That's what I know George Carlin for. Everybody else knows him as a comedian, a not kid-friendly comedian. I know him as Mr. Conductor. Best Mr. Conductor. The more popular Mr. Conductor, I think there was at least 3 seasons that were played on US television. And 2 of them were Ringo Starr from whatever. Why can I not think of their name? Ah, whatever. You know who I'm talking about. Ringo Starr. And then George Carlin did 1 season. George Carlin, best Mr. Conductor. He's the perfect voice for that character. I miss that show. That was the best show ever. You cannot have Thomas without Mr. Conductor. You just can't. It's wrong. Apparently, a lot of people think I'm AI today. Ooh, that sounds scary. What? How do you get a hemorrhage in your eye? Yikes. That sounds scary. And, ooh, eye injections are some nasty business. Like, I had to do that once. Never, no. Like, no. I do not want that ever again. Big chili dog? That's a fun name, actually. I like it. You don't want me to drive a car, trust me. But if I could drive any car ever, anywhere, you y'all know it would be a race car. I mean, come on. There's actually a company. I don't know their new name. I think it's Accessible Racing, but it used to be called Racing for well, no, it used to be called Accessible Racing. Maybe it's Racing for All now. I don't know what their name is. They've changed it a few times. But they have modified race cars, so people who only have use of their hands can drive them. They said that I could drive a car if I could get someone to ride along and tell me when to turn. I'm still waiting, y'all. I'm over here waiting for one of you to volunteer. Come on. Everybody's too scared. They're all like, no, you'll crush us. I don't want to do that. They could be right. I could. Ooh, I don't remember the jet plane. I remember Theodore Tugboat. That was after my time. I was really too old to watch that, but my brother watched it, so and I watched my brother, so I watched that one. That one was cute. All of our shows, I don't know how I got on Shining Time. Oh, somebody was asking me favorite show. All of our kids shows were on PBS. We watched anybody remember Shusha? I think less people know about Shusha than Shining Time, which is crazy, but Shusha was fun. Ghost Rider. If you Google Ghost Rider, you get an entirely different show. But when I was a kid, Ghost Rider was a mystery for kids. It was all these kids, like, there was a Hispanic family. I think most of them were white families, but there was a Hispanic family I know for sure. I don't know if there were any others. I believe they lived in New York. And there was a ghost. And the show was called Ghost Rider because the ghost only appeared when writing letters. Like it wasn't a human form. It literally was like you would see it as light, like a ball of light, and then it would write letters. And it was a mystery show, and the ghost helped them solve the mysteries. Loved this show. So good. Yes, the jukebox puppets were fun. See, you cannot have Thomas stories without all the other characters from Shining Time. What is the guy who used to play all the tricks? Like, Schemer. Schemer was funny. Oh, yeah, Mr. Rogers was my other favorite show as a kid. I watched Mr. Rogers until I was way too old for Mr. Rogers. Like, seriously, I think I was like 9. Well, maybe only 8. I think I watched him until we moved out of Tennessee. The trolley was my favorite. I loved the trolley. To me, like I'm blind, so I can't fully see the trolley, but to me, the color of the trolley and the shape of it reminded me of a school bus, and for some reason, I was obsessed with school buses. I have no idea why. I was a strange child, what can I say? But I loved the trolley. The trolley was awesome. Oh my goodness. 7? That is nuts. Wow. So, that's awfully frequent. So what happens if you don't get them? I mean, I'm assuming that you would lose your vision, but, like, would it be a painful loss? Goodness. That's awful. Honestly, I would totally not want to be you. Like, no offense, but that is not an experience that I want to have. Yikes. That's really scary. Seriously. Really, really scary. That's one eye. Do you have any vision in the other? I mean, is it like, can you still drive? Like, I have so many questions. I'm like the sighted person who comes on my channel and has no clue about blindness. Like, I'm that person wanting to know all the things about this condition. I'm terrible. Look at y'all knowing more than me. Like, you're tagging each other and having a whole conversation. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm inspiring all the chats. Also, like, I've had several people in this week, like Monday, yesterday, and today, tell me that they're lurkers and they normally don't chat, and I bring out all the chatters. Yay, me. This is fun. 20, is that like 25 over 200? I'm guessing? It's 20, what is it? 20 over 200 is legal blindness? I like too how not we, but how I never got past the kids shows when talking about my favorite TV shows. Isn't that funny? Like I just got hung up on the kids shows. If we move on to my favorite, like, I don't know, preteen slash teen show is probably That's So Raven. I loved her. I was so disappointed that she went crazy because she was the one Disney kid. I thought Disney had corrupted all kids. She was the one Disney kid that didn't go crazy, and then something happened and she went crazy like the rest of them. I was so sad. Then, what is the show where the guy gets the newspaper early? Oh my goodness. I can never think of the name of this show. He gets the newspaper early and he has to prevent things from like whatever the bad thing is, he feels the need for whatever reason to prevent it from happening. I know there's a cat involved in this show, but I can't remember the name of that show. That was a good show. Promised Land, where they travel around in the trailer in the mobile home. That was always a good show. Major Dad. That was a good show. Jag. I used to like the early episodes of um what is it called? SVU. What is it? That's Special Victims Unit, but what is the rest of the show? Something Special Victims Unit. I can't think of the letters, but I liked that. Hogan's Heroes, if we go way back. That's a good old show. Sue Thomas FBI on Doc from PAX TV back in the day. Somebody mentioned PAX TV the other day. That's a debunked channel that became something else, and I don't remember what it was. But they had some good shows on that too. Yeah, 2020 is, I think it's 20 over 200 is legal blindness. What happened to my eye? I am blind and I don't know where the color comes from. I have three different eye conditions that all combine into one thing. And the treatable part of the three is glaucoma, but there's two other things that happen to make up my eye condition. And I have had it basically since I was born. My parents knew when I was 4 days old, so basically since birth. Oh yeah, Rescue 911. I loved that show when I was younger. Yep, William Shatner. Yep, loved that show. Um, Lots of good cartoons. Rescue Rangers. Yeah, Rescue Rangers was awesome. Um, what is the Jungle Book cartoon? What was it called? Can't think of the name of it. Tailspin. Um, Man, there's some good cartoons. They don't make cartoons like that anymore. Seriously, they just don't. Well, if you ever need tips on how to survive, I can help you. Hey, somebody unliked. I was at 27, now I'm down to 26. What gives, y'all? That's what it is. Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Thank you. That was probably not in response to that part of my chat, because it was a long time ago, but yes, that's the show that I was trying to think of. I liked that show. Monk! That's another good show. There's been a lot of good shows over the years, but I feel like right now there's no good shows on TV anymore. It's rather sad. I I watched Darkwing Duck, but I never really cared for it too much. I like the early versions of Power Rangers. And my sister and I would watch Heathcliff. Anybody remember Heathcliff? I think that's the name of that show. Um, I was obsessed. This is really stupid. I don't know why. I was obsessed with reruns of Dallas when I was in high school. It was on CMT back then, and I would come home from school and I'd want to watch it every day. That and Dukes of Hazzard were my high school shows. Like, what the heck? Oh, and Seventh Heaven. I was obsessed with that one too. Seventh Heaven was really good early on, and then later seasons completely ruined the entire show. They should have, you know how shows, Bones did this too. Bones was amazing early on. And then, like, they're really good, so a lot of shows do this. The first two, three, four, sometimes five seasons are really good, and then after that, they run out of stuff to write, and they ruin the show. It's annoying. I never watched Breaking Bad, honestly. Oh, and my celebrity crush. It's not him. It's his character. Castle. Castle was Oh my goodness, I loved this character, like, I love his voice, but whatever I can't think of his name right now, whatever his name is, every time I hear him in anything else, I'm like, "Oh, it's Castle." It's not, but it's Castle to me. And, like, I liked the character's attitude, like, a lot of people were like, "He's not nice," like, but he was, like, my favorite character for a long time. I have the biggest crush on Castle. He's Yep, yep. A lot of shows did that, they ruined them towards the end. Bones got really bizarre, like, not just the cases, but the characters got weird, like, I don't know what was up with that show. Oh, you know what? I never could get into Friends because all the characters sound the same to me. Like, I would get confused as to who was who. And it was like Gilmore Girls did this too. There's like a bunch of talking and talking and talking and talking, and they talked in circles. And like, I don't know who is who, and it drove me crazy. I probably could have liked Friends, except that everybody sounded the same to me. I couldn't tell them apart, and I would get so confused. I just. I heard that Charmed was good, but I don't like any kind of show with like witches, warlocks, like any kind of mystical stuff like that, or spiritual but not Christian spiritual. I always shied away from those kind of shows because it was hard for me to distinguish like what of this is like based on real things and what of this is completely imaginary. So I just left it all alone because I didn't want to get caught up in any of that. Like, I got nervous. It scared me. My sister liked Charmed for a little while, and there was another one like that with witches and such, but I don't remember what it was called. My brother liked, what is it called? Smallville? Yeah, Smallville. Him and my dad liked that. So I watched a few of those. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't one of my favorite ones, but I watched some of them. That was a CW show too, I think. Smallville? I think so. Charmed might have been too, actually. Oh, Lois and Clark. That was a good show. Yeah. Oh, and I was addicted to all the mysteries on some of the more reruns like Murder She Wrote. But all the Hallmark mysteries, I was addicted to all of those. Um, what is the one with Dick Van Dyke and his son? What is the name of that show? Diagnosis Murder. That show, though, you guys, I didn't realize how political Diagnosis Murder was until I watched it. We watched those shows like when we were young teenagers. We watched it with my mom. And watching it in reruns over the years, we learned how political. I didn't realize there's so much surprising stuff that I didn't even know was a thing back then. Like, I didn't they had a transgender character and I was like, that was a thing back then, but evidently it was. They had what else did they? I don't know. Can't remember what all they did, but they had a lot of politically charged issues on that show that I didn't realize when I was younger. I was surprised. Why were you weird? Murder She Wrote is a great show. Thank you. Yeah, the Superman show. Yep. Haha, Days of Our Lives. I don't remember which daytime soap opera that I watched. I liked it, but I don't remember which one it was. I miss Dukes of Hazzard. I wish they would bring that back. Um, there was a lot of good TV over the years. I don't know what happened to TV. I feel like in the last 5, 6 years, there's nothing good on anymore. You have to watch reruns. I guess that means I'm getting old. Because I say the same thing about music. Like, there's no good music anymore either. Guess that means I'm getting old. What do you do? I never watched Game of Thrones. That was a movie, right? That wasn't a TV show, was it? Yes, TV did go to crap. I don't know what happened. Even the reality shows aren't really worth watching. I guess maybe they never were, but you know the one reality show I cannot believe lasted as long as it did? There's two. Survivor and Big Brother. I think they were the two originals. How are they still around? Like, Survivor, I think maybe is done, but Big Brother is still on. I don't know how or why. Yes, Diagnosis Murder. That was a good show. Other than the fact that I didn't know how political it got later on in the later seasons. It got really bad. See, I didn't know it was a series. I thought it was a movie. The Game of Thrones, I mean. I did not know that. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't know. I am thirsty. My water bottle is empty. I need to. What the? Y'all! the, the number the number of likes jumped up to 32. What the heck? That means with all the people who have unliked it, I would be at like 35. Even I'm impressed by the number now, y'all. Take a what? Oh, a BRB. I can't because my niece and nephew are here, and if I go out there, I'll never come back. I'll get stuck with them. Alexa, time.
The time is 11:10 p.m.
What the? this, this is the longest post race, or the post race show that wasn't, or non post race show. This is the longest one ever. We're almost at 3 hours. 2 hours, 54 minutes, and some seconds. I'm impressed with myself. I talk for a long time. Can you tell I like to talk? I used to not think so. Like, my sister used to tell me that I like to talk, and I used to be like, what are you talking about? No, I don't. But I was comparing myself to other people who like to talk even more than I do. Apparently. 8 seasons. Wow. And I didn't even know it was a show. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't know what it would have been if I was thinking of something else, but maybe I was. I don't know. I really thought Game of Thrones was a movie, though. I was gonna say maybe I'm thinking of Lord of the Rings, which is completely different, but that's multiple movies. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Hunger Games. That's what I'm thinking of. Richard, hello. Thank you. I don't like well, I don't mind my laugh, but I don't like my voice. I think I sound like I'm 10. Like, I sound like a little kid when I play it back. I'm just like, ugh. When I edit, like, I don't have a good, efficient way of editing videos, so it takes forever, and I have to keep listening to myself, and I'm like, ugh, I have to hear that voice again and again. Like, why? I don't like my speaking voice. How do I read the comments? I use an app called VoiceOver. Comes on every Apple device, and it tells me it's terrible at usernames, but it will read me the words of your comments. So that is how that works. Um, I am actually going to do the BRB and get a new bottle because I forgot I have to tell my niece to take her medicine. So I'll be right back. I will be right back. Okay. If if everybody's still here, I did my BRB and now I'm back. Now I gotta figure out my center. Yep, here I am. Whew, I just got cold. Yep. My niece has taken her medicine. She's got braces. She's taken her medicine for her sore mouth, and I got water. She, my niece that is watching the Boxcar Children movie. Apparently, there's a whole bunch of them. I did not know this. Apparently, she's also like me and watches movies and reads books for kids much younger than her, because I used to do that. I still do that. I don't know if they're visible. All of these, I don't know if you can see them. There's Braille books back here. They're all books from when I was a kid. Well, not a kid. I was, what? I don't know, 10, 11, 12. And they're all adolescent stories, I guess you would call it. Adolescent lit. Um, I do not know how to say your name at all. I have no clue what voiceover is saying. But thanks for the red heart. I wish I knew what it says, what your name was, but I don't. But yeah, all my books back here, they're adolescent lit. Like I have a Boxcar Children back here too, which is children's literature. But let's see what this one is that I can read here. Yeah, Treasure. This is a good book. I love this book. Treasure of the Snow. That is a really good book. That's for teenagers though. They were from my mom used to homeschool us when we were kids, and these are books that she got when she was homeschooling us. It was a like a church group that gave, I don't know where the braille came from, but the church group had the print textbooks, and somehow she found a company that would do it in braille also. I used to know the name, but I don't remember the name of the company. It's not doesn't exist anymore, the one that did the braille. But I got all these kids books to read when I was in this when we were homeschooled. Mason. Ah, voiceover, stop. I know. Well, actually, you shouldn't be. I am okay. So I was talking earlier about the truck race that is coming on tomorrow at 7 a.m. Central Time. Yeah, I was talking about how in Hawaii you'd have to get up at 3, and I was thinking that would never happen. But then I thought, oh yeah, it would, because I'm always up in the middle of the night. Like I have been known to stay awake until 6 o'clock in the morning. Usually it's because I'm reading a book, but still. So, like, if I was gonna watch a race at 3 o'clock in the morning, I would have to stay up for it because there's no way I'd be sleeping and then setting an alarm and waking up. No, not happening. We're gonna be doing good to get up at 7 for the truck race. Yep, 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 yep. I am definitely a night owl. Part of it comes naturally, part of it is because my mom was a nurse and she worked the night shift, and when she wasn't working, a lot of times she would be up late at night and I would stay up with her. So, so yes, that's what happens to me. Wrestling. Interesting. Why is it at nighttime? You know, I've never gotten into any other sport, or as some people say, NASCAR's not a sport, so I've never gotten into anything else. Not wrestling, not hockey, not baseball. Definitely not baseball drives me crazy. Not football, not soccer, none of that. Maybe horse racing. But then that's racing. It's just not with a car. So Yeah. So, this is a dumb question. But what is the difference between like the US wrestling and sumo wrestling? I'm assuming there's a difference, but I don't know what it is. Ooh, I could not survive on well, maybe 6, but definitely not 4. If I tried to do 4 hours of sleep a night, I would not. You would not want to be around me if I tried to survive on 4 hours of sleep. It would not be a good thing. It would not be good at all. I could probably do 6 because I'm not nowhere near as active as I should be for one my age, but also like just to be healthy. I'm not as active as I should be, so I could probably do 6, but not 4. No way. I usually do 7, 8, 9, which is 9 is pretty terrible, honestly, but that's what I do. And now I have crossed over the 3-hour mark. Yay! um, wow, this water made my hands cold, but it didn't come out of the fridge. Weird. You don't have the answer? Darn, I'm curious. You watch it, you're supposed to know. Ask an AI, quick. Wait, everybody earlier said I was AI. I should know then, right? Oh well, guess that proves I'm not AI. Y'all, I don't even know if I'm properly centered in this phone. Remember I was talking about always looking off like this? Well, now I'm probably like off to one side of my screen. That's what happens when I get up and move. I get all off center. I was so voiceover. If you open up the camera on your iPhone and you're a voiceover user, voiceover will tell you like it'll say one face centered near left edge. Like if you go over here, near left edge. If you go over here, near right edge. I think it's reversed on YouTube, but anyway, this is right for me. This is left for me. So voiceover will announce this, and then if you sit here, it'll say centered. If you go up close, it'll say near top. If you go way back here, it'll say near bottom. So like you can kind of get a general idea. But then like the other day, it said I was centered. So then I switched over to YouTube and I went live and I'm not centered, y'all. Like I'm way off to the side. Like my face is here, the side of the screen is like this. And there's this big open spot to the other side of my head. I'm like, dang it, you lied. Ooh, I didn't know there was a difference between all the different kinds of wrestling. Interesting. Yep, didn't know there was a difference. Didn't know. Um, oh, you said that you wish you could sleep 9 hours. Do you have like a little bit of insomnia going on? Like to only sleep 4 to 6? That's not cool. Not fun, for sure. I still haven't done it. I should do it with my castle. I told y'all on Monday that one of these days I'm going to do a live, and all I'm going to do is show you me building stuff. I should totally do it with my castle. I don't know if that would be very fun, because I would literally just be building a wall. I don't know if that would be fun, but man, I've had insomnia a few times in my life. Like, not a chronic thing, but just like, you know, every now and then, a day or two, and it's a pain in the butt. Like, I can't imagine basically having it forever. Awful. But, you can watch more TV that way. Or read more books. Or play more Lego. No, that's not really a benefit, but that's terrible. How do y'all function on this little amount of sleep? Like I'm not kidding. Like you would not like me if I slept for 3 to 4 hours a night. Like you would not like me. It would be terrible. Read lots of books as a kid. If I had more opportunities, I would have been the kid with the braille book under the bed. Cause you can't. There's no flashlight. You don't need a flashlight. Like you can hide the book under the covers, and nobody's gonna know. Knowing me though, like I would do something to give myself away. Cause I was terrible at hiding stuff like that when I was a kid. It was. I was not good at it. Oh, Star Wars. My sister loves Star Wars. I never really got into Star Wars. I don't know if it was because it was too visual or the movies were too long or what, but like I don't know, like I was never interested. I've watched a few, but I just never really cared. I don't know why. I don't know. Alexa, time.
It's 11:29 p.m.
Holy buckets. Y'all. How did I talk so long? No wonder I'm so thirsty. We made brownies today, my niece and I. So they're old, y'all. But everything in it is dried ingredients. So why is it bad? Like, it's spices or seasoning. Not seasoning, but I guess they would be spices. It's spices if it's dessert, right? And seasonings if it's not. I don't know. There's a there's a there's a rule to when it's a spice and when it's a seasoning, but I don't know what it is. But it's like it's all dried ingredients and the package is sealed up tight, so it can't be bad. And I ate two of them and I didn't die. So obviously they're still good. So we made this brownie mix today. I cooked it a little bit too long. I should have it said 20 to 25 minutes. I should have done like 18 in my oven. But they're going to be really good with my homemade ice cream tomorrow. So I'm excited to eat them. I can't wait. Yummy. I don't think I've heard of this. Is that the YouTube name? I do. Well, well, thanks. I'm definitely older by almost 2 years than Kyle Busch, but I didn't know. I have been watching NASCAR since 2011, and I really honestly never paid attention to how old Kyle Busch was. I just thought he was older than me. I don't know why. But nope, he's almost 2.5 years younger than me. I really don't know why I thought that, but I did. The animated Clone Wars. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're gonna be 39 in July. Oh, wow. I don't know if that's good or bad. Like, maybe when I'm 70 and people think I'm 50, that'll be good, but like, I don't know. I already think I sound like a kid. I don't know if I want to look like a kid too. Like, I don't know if this is good. Um, yeah, no. I don't think this is good. Yep, nope, definitely not. That's why, like, all the NASCAR drivers now, I call them kids because they all seem like kids. Like, not Kislowski, not Denny. Yes? Why? Do you want to be on YouTube? Then you better not come in. You can. What fan are you talking about? It's the light switch on the wall. The second one. See, she does not want to be on YouTube. If you shave your beard. My dad has a beard. I like guys with beards. I don't know why. Newman, maybe. I'm assuming you're talking about Dale Sr. Yeah, I don't know. Is it Quentin? Voiceover is failing me again. Yeah, Newman. Like, I never knew that much about Ryan Newman, honestly. Like, I had a chance to meet him in Chicagoland in 2013, and I would have met him probably, except that at the last minute, somebody messaged me and told me to go to the Sprint. Um, I wanted to call it a tent. It wasn't. It's stage, and it's a good thing because Justin Allgaier was a last minute addition to that group. He wasn't supposed to be there. Like, they literally, if my story, honestly, y'all, my story is that Ashley saw that I was going to be there and knew that I wanted to meet him, and she basically just told him to go there. I don't know if this is true. Like, this is the story that I make up in my head. because because I asked her if he was making any appearances that weekend. And she didn't I don't think she answered. I can't remember. But like he had no appearances scheduled, and then all of a sudden, boom. He was there. And not only that, but when he was there, my mom was with me back then, and she said he kept looking at us. Like, well, the whole time he was doing the interview with the Sprint lady. I don't even know. I used to know her name, but I don't anymore. I don't remember who it was. But the whole time he was doing the interview, he kept looking in our direction. And the stage, it was like, you know how the stage is. There are steps going this way and steps going this way. And he could have gone either way, but he came down the steps that would lead him right past where we were standing. So I say the whole thing was set up for me because I'm special like that. No, that's probably not true, but that's what I say. This was before his junior motorsports days, so like, purely speaking of Twitter, there was not like this ginormous following like he has now. He didn't have all the bandwagon fans jump on board just because he was racing for junior. Now, they're not bandwagon fans anymore because you can't be a Justin Allgaier fan for very long and not realize how fan friendly he is. But at the time, they were a bunch of bandwagon fans that just jumped on. If he'd have only raced for junior for a year, most of those people probably would have left and we never would have seen them again. But now he he has so many that he can't tweet us all. But back then, like I said earlier, you would get a comment if you tweeted him, you would get a reply. Both him and Ashley. So I swear this whole Chicagoland thing in 2013 was set up just for me. Goatees just make me think of the guy from Brooks and Dunn. Oh, really? I didn't know he was still racing anything. That's cool. So you got in on the good, what they call the good days. The later part of the good old days, but still the good old days. I wish that I would have been a fan earlier. Like, I missed a lot of good stuff by not being a fan earlier, but I didn't care. Honestly, I had plenty of opportunities to care. NASCAR was following me for ever. Like, all the, not all, a lot of the country songs that we liked growing up, my sister and I, they were about NASCAR or they had vague NASCAR references. Um, there was a show. It still exists, but it's changed names. Back then, it was called NASCAR Country. It was produced by the PRN Performance Racing Network crowd, and I used to watch it or listen to it. It was a radio show. I used to listen to it, and I would always be annoyed whenever because I was there for the country artist interviews, and every time the NASCAR guys come on, I would be like, "All right, can we fast forward? Let's get to the country guys." I wish I had not done that because back then I used to record this show. I have several cassette tapes. I know, old, but it was in the 90s. I had several cassette tapes with this show, the country artist version of this show. Either just the songs themselves or the interviews. I never recorded anything with the NASCAR guys. Do you guys know how many interviews? I would have had Dale Earnhardt. I don't even know who all I would have had. But there would have been a lot of guys that either are dead now or don't race now. Like why did I not care? It bugs me. Oh, yeah, the jumping channels thing. That's like earlier today, I talked about how I love the CW because I never have to wonder where it is. Love it. The whole jumping channels thing is ridiculous. Why are we five five races on Prime, five races on TNT? Why? Just pick a channel. I know that they want to spread it out and try to get more viewers, and I know it's expensive to be on. Just pick a channel. I mean, right now, while Mike Joy is still doing it, I would prefer it to be on Fox the entire season. But pick a channel. And if you pick NBC, please get rid of Jeff Burton because he drives me crazy. I can't stand him. Oh my gosh. 1998. I was in 8th grade. Ward Burton. Wow. That's an interesting accent right there. Half the time I don't know what he's saying. VHS tapes. My sister used to record everything off the TV on so she went through phases. Her and I both did this, but at different times. We wanted to be the country stars. We wanted to be the DJ. And then I don't know what she wanted to do, but she was all into recording this stuff, and she would record everything that was on CMT, like everything. She recorded Dallas reruns. She recorded a show called Primetime Country. I wish she had not thrown all these cassette tapes or VHS tapes away. because she has several with NASCAR drivers that I would like to watch now. Just interviews that they were on back in the day. And she had trash bags full of these VHS tapes. And what are you gonna do with them? Nobody wants VHS tapes anymore. So when you're done, like you just throw them away. I wish there would have been a way, and there was, but she didn't have time to do it. I would have liked to have put some of these on DVD to put either just to keep them on DVD or put them on the computer once I got a machine to play the DVD. Like, seriously. I yeah. Oh, and there used to be before the copyright crackdown, there used to be a website, and you could go to this website, click on the year, so like 1993 season, as MRN says. They have that podcast. So you click on that. Then you go through and you click on the race you want to watch. You watch the whole thing without commercials. Whoever did this cut out all the commercials. It was amazing. They had every single race ever broadcast on TV. Every single one. Commercial free. You clicked on the link, it would take you to YouTube and you watched it. YouTube cracked down on all the copyrighted content. All those races are gone. They took down the website because YouTube took away the majority of their videos. I was disappointed because that was awesome. That's cool. I don't have the oldest diecast I have is I want to say it's Bobby Labonte. It's the 18 car before Kyle Busch drove it. I can't remember for sure. I want to say it's Bobby Labonte, but I'm not positive. It's the oldest one I have. All the others are from my time as a fan, just early on, but I love the name Sterling Marlin. I don't know why. I love his name. You buy the VHS tapes, really? I didn't even know you could buy them anywhere. You think streaming will be gone like permanently, or you think we'll have something completely different? I don't know. I feel like unless like we some for some reason or another end up going back in time, I feel like streaming is here forever, but maybe in different formats. Like maybe YouTube's not here, but like I feel like some streaming of something, like maybe TV show streaming is gone, but I feel like what I'm doing now, I feel like this will be here a long time, but even if it's not YouTube. I don't know. I don't know though. Technology changes so fast. How do you know? It's almost impossible to keep up with it. The silver bullet. I don't even know what that means. This is all before my time. I feel so old. I want to go back in time. Ah, where's the time machine? 35. What? I'm definitely setting a record. 35 likes. 3 hours. Well, I'm just gonna round it up and say 3 hour, 3.5 hours. I'm setting record for longest live and most likes. Wait, 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 what? Wasn't it Rusty Wallet? Wasn't it Rusty who put Earnhardt in the wall? Did I miss something? I thought it was Rusty that put Earnhardt on the wall at the Daytona when he died. Maybe I missed something. I don't know. It was Dale Jr. and Michael Waltrip in front of him, right? And then I don't know, I thought it was rusty. Really? I don't know why, I thought it was rusty. You think VHS beats new? Really? Maybe, I don't know. I think quality of the storyline, I think you're right. The older you go in anything, TV shows, cartoons, movies, the older you go, even in music, the older you go, the storyline is better. I don't know if the quality of the picture or the sound, like, the funny thing about music, which I just learned recently, the quality is actually worse in digital form, but it sounds better to our ears than older stuff. But yeah, definitely I don't know about the what we perceive as the sound or visual quality, but the storylines, the quality of the writing of the storytelling is definitely better the older you go. Well, unless you get into silent movies, because what's a blind girl gonna do with a silent movie? I mean, seriously, like, just no. That takes way too much audio description. Okay, I'll take y'all's word for it because you both say that, but for some reason, I don't know why, but I thought it was rusty. Really? I don't know. I I can't see it either way, so I just go by what I'm told. If you think it's better, then whether or not that's your opinion or fact, it doesn't really matter because you can see it and I can't, so. I tried this play a game thing. I don't know if you were here when I talked about it before. I never knew what it did. I tried it the other day. I was so disappointed. It doesn't it's not what I thought. Like I thought it was like gonna be a game where like the questions or whatever would be available for commenters to play and for me to play, or maybe I ask the commenters questions or whatever. But it's not. Apparently it's like if I'm doing a live and I'm on Xbox or something and I'm playing a game. And I don't really understand how it works. But I'm disappointed because I thought it was going to be where we could have more interaction on the live, but apparently not. Um, one day I should just like collect. I'd have to get a lot more commenters at one time. But I should just collect all the NASCAR trivia questions from fan rewards, and we should just play NASCAR trivia. Some of them are stupidly easy, I'm not even gonna lie. Some of them are a little bit harder, but there's not any, like, extremely hard questions that I've ever seen. There's stupidly easy, moderately easy, and medium, but there's no, like, I don't think there's any hard, and there's definitely not any, like, extremely hard. But still, it would be fun to play and see how many people get right. Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask if you were the same Mason from over there. I thought you were, but I wasn't sure. I forgot. I got distracted by other comments. But that was gonna be my question a long time ago. I only get so, like, I get Mason and I get the numbers, but I don't get what I'm assuming is your last name in between, but I can't get voiceover to read it, and it could be the speed at which I have it, 'cause I should play it for y'all to hear one day. It's really fast. But if I don't do it fast, then I can't, like, it takes me long enough now to read comments. On some of these comments that are, like, sentences long, we'd be here for, like, 20 minutes waiting for voiceover to read it. It would not be fun for anybody. Ah, parrot, like the bird? I don't know if it's spelled that way, but is that how you pronounce it? That's how voiceover pronounces it. But then it pronounces my last name something entirely different than what it is. So my last name is pronounced Reagan, like the president, but voiceover says Ragain. Like, what is that? It's not me. And for years, it was really hard. Every time I saw Joey Logano, voiceover didn't pronounce it like that. I forgot how it pronounces it correctly now, or close enough that I can't tell. So I forgot how it used to pronounce it, but I used to want to say it wrong every time because the voiceover said it wrong. It was really hard. Like I had to try not to say it wrong. And then there's some where like they're lesser known drivers, so they mention them so rarely on TV that I hear voiceover say it so many times that by the time they do mention it on TV, I'm saying it wrong. Allgaier is kind of one of those. Like, if you listen to him say it, he says it more like Allgaier. I don't because voiceover says Allgaier. Like it pronounces the two L's. So it yeah, I'm always gonna say it wrong. Like I'm just it's hopeless. It's never going to be correct. 37. Whoa. That could be 37 minutes or 37 likes, by the way. I don't know why I'm like obsessed with it now. Like I keep looking. It's like ever since it hit 20, I'm like I keep looking. I don't know why. Like I'm crazy, I know. But eventually I gotta get my brother-in-law to check it out because I can't figure out why it won't let me sign up. But soon, hopefully he can do it tomorrow. Soon, I will have the ability to go live both here and Facebook. So you can watch me in either place. And I'm excited for this because I know that there's a lot of people on the Facebook side that would like to watch me over here, but they don't. Facebook's algorithm is stupid, y'all. Like, you click. So, like, if I just post text, that gets some attention. If I post a picture with text, that gets a lot of attention. Like, it's ridiculous. If I post a video with text, that gets a lot of attention, probably the most. But if I post a link, which is what you have to do to get people to click over to YouTube, then nothing. It's crickets. Like, literally, it's like maybe 5 people see it. I'm like, come on, really? You have to post a picture with some text blurb and then you put the link in the comments. Like, seriously? Come on. So I got what am I don't even know what platform I'm using, but it's gonna let me stream to both as soon as I can figure out why it's not connecting. And my dad tried to figure it out and he couldn't. So I'm hoping maybe my brother-in-law can figure it out because he's really good at computers. So hopefully soon I will be able to go live from both. Yeah, because I don't have the ability to go live from both. And the way the algorithm works, I post it So if you see a link that says, like, "I'm live now," I post it in the first few minutes of being live on YouTube. But the way the stupid algorithm works on Facebook, you might see it tomorrow. It's getting to be that way on Twitter or X now too. It's really stupid. X is not doing it because there's a link. X is just doing it because the more popular the post, the more people see it, the more people comment on it, the more people are going to see it. Facebook does not like links. They don't want people to leave their platform. So the minute you put a link, you get docked in the algorithm. So, yeah, that's why you see them when I'm no longer live, because that's just Facebook being stupid. And like this live, there's good content, good NASCAR content at the beginning that I could share on YouTube, but the editing process that I know how to do would take too long. Like, literally, it's like this. You're in the camera and you're swiping seconds. This is a 3.5 hour video. So if you're going second by second, 60 swipes per minute, takes for stinking ever to edit anything. I'll get carpal tunnel in my fingers before I ever get anything accomplished. So I haven't made a lot of short content that's good for here, Facebook and Instagram in a long time because the lives get more reaction on YouTube and they get more subscribers, which is what I want because honestly, monetizing Facebook is almost impossible. It's gonna take forever on YouTube. Like seriously, I wish I would have done this years ago when I wanted to do back in my 20s. In 2012, I wanted to do a NASCAR show. And I didn't do it because the creeper dude was in charge of the radio, and I mean, he was seriously a creeper. I literally blocked him and I said, nope, not worth it. I never thought about YouTube. YouTube was around then. I never thought about it, not once. Didn't think about it until last year. So here we are. I'll be doing this for 3 years before I ever get to the point where I can even think about getting monetized. But it's quicker than Facebook. Facebook, I've literally earned 4 cents. So, yes, I hit the monetization a long time before I'll hit the requirements on YouTube. But you have to have $10 before Facebook pays you anything. I have 4 cents. Seriously. Like, that's ridiculous. So, I should not complain while I'm live. That's probably a terrible thing to do. But but that is just why you always see those videos after. Okay, goody. That was the low battery warning. I have no idea when that popped up, so I don't know when it cut me off. Maybe you got spared my rant. Probably not. I know they really are. Look, I've been on so long that people are starting to return. This has never happened to me before. Actually, that's a lie, it has. But nope. Earlier today, which I would have made into a short except for reasons I said about editing, 60 seconds of doing this to do 1 minute. So, yeah, Darlington is on my bucket list. So, it's Daytona. I want to say Talladega, but I don't like the wild atmosphere of Talladega. Like, I would have to sit in the family section because I just don't have any interest in the wild party crowd. I just don't. So, Daytona, Talladega with a question mark, Bristol, Martinsville, and Darlington. I have, well, I should rephrase that. I have been on the property of Darlington. If you could see my old Facebook account, there's pictures of me in front of the what do you call it? It's there's the gate and then there's the building where you go into I don't know if it's the ticket shop or the gift shop, but it was all closed up because it was COVID. But there's pictures of me on the property at Darlington. I've never been there during race weekend. Um, let's see. I've been to Iowa Speedway. It was Thursday before race weekend. I think Arca was racing that night, but I didn't stay. Like we were literally just driving through. So I've been to Iowa. I've been to Kentucky, but it was after they had shut down. They weren't racing there anymore. I've been to Chicagoland because I could stay with a friend who lived in the Chicago area. I've been to Indy, but again, it was all closed up. Not because it was COVID, but it was December. And I have a picture. I wanted to be silly, so like I grabbed the like the gate, and I was like, "Let me in!" Just being stupid. So there's a picture of me doing that. Um, I went to Charlotte a long time before I went to a race there. It was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. I went to Charlotte. It was during COVID. So yeah, like maybe 6 years ago. I'm gonna say 5 because it was right after stuff started opening up. And they were supposed to be open for tours, but we got there and they weren't doing them. My dad was so mad because that's the only it was a long time out of our way. Like it was literally between getting there and getting back onto the track that got us home. It was probably 5 hours total out of our way. And the only reason he went there is because it said it was open. It wasn't. Nothing. Like, you could go in the door, but the Speedway Club was closed. They weren't doing track tours, nothing. But we have pictures, and they were doing something on the track. And so we drove around the back, and my dad found a gate that was open. And they saw us do this, but we weren't the only fans that did this, but they saw us drive through the open gate and get out of our car and take pictures by the fence. It was by the backstretch. They saw us doing this, and they didn't stop us. They did tell us that we had to leave when they were ready to shut the gate, but I thought it was funny that they didn't stop us. So we have pictures there, and then I went to a race there last year. I have been to I've been to Talladega not during race weekend, but I took the tour and left my fingerprints all over a bunch of stuff in the Talladega Museum because I'm sure there was cameras, but they didn't have anybody. They don't I don't know if they still do it this way, but when we went through in 2013, they didn't have a tour guide. There was nobody walking you around. There was nobody stationed in the different rooms to make sure you didn't touch anything. Oh yeah, nobody's there. I'm touching everything. And I'm sure there was cameras, but if they really wanted me not to touch stuff, they should have come and said so cuz yeah, I left my fingerprints everywhere in that museum. All kinds of wrecked race cars and yeah. They wouldn't let us get out and look at the track though, because they said stupid idiots had fallen and injured themselves trying to walk up the banking. I'm like, okay, can I stand on the ground and just take my cane and walk it? Like, I was gonna stand on the flat ground and just take my cane and sweep it up so I could test the banking, and they wouldn't even let me do that. I eventually did it at the NASCAR Hall of Fame. They have like the different bankings of the different racetracks. I don't know what that area is called, but there's different displays that, and in each one is a different banking from a different racetrack. And he let the guy that walked us through let me take my cane and put it up so I could see. I think that was Daytona. So I kind of got the idea, but I was annoyed that they wouldn't let me do it at Talladega. I don't know. I've been to Gateway. I don't know if I've been to any other tracks. I was up to 8, I think. Chicagoland, Gateway, Charlotte, Indy, Iowa, Kentucky, Darlington. I'm missing one, but I don't know what it was. That's 7. What am I missing? I don't know. I can't remember. I know it was up. I'm pretty sure it was 8, but I can't remember what I'm missing. Oh, I remember when they did that at all of the tracks. Like they had the big. When I went to Chicagoland in 2013, they had they still haven't gotten this big, but at least they've moved them into separate tents now or separate trucks. But I remember the first time I went to Chicagoland, there was tons of them. Like, I think each driver had their own, no matter how big the driver was. Maybe it wasn't quite to that extent, but there was a lot of them. And I remember when the year they decided to do away with that, it was huge. Like, everybody was mad. I don't think they're back up to quite that level that they were before, but at least the different teams have their own trailers. A lot of them will share, like the Penske drivers, that's the team. Some of them have their own. Like Ross Chastain has his own. So I don't think we're back up to the quite the same level that they used to be, but at least it's not one big tent or truck or whatever like they were doing for a while. That was stupid. I never went to a race while they were doing that, but I thought I would have been annoyed. That was just dumb. Ooh, you're really close to Talladega. That's awesome. Ooh, you're so close to Darlington. I'm so jealous. I am looking back through comments to see if I missed anything. I don't think I missed it. Darlington was wild back then. A lot of races were more wild back in the 90s and 2000s and even earlier than the 90s. They've changed a lot. Yeah, I would definitely take the family section at Talladega. Too much wild craziness. And I think it's called the Boulevard. I'm not visiting that. The over 21. Not visiting that. Nope. No, thank you. No desire whatsoever. That's cool. I don't know if it's still there because I know they rotate these. I saw it was a Ricky Rudd crash where I don't know where this pipe came from. I don't know if it came out of the engine or what, but it's literally stuck like up and almost coming out the side window. It was it was weird. I was like, how did that even happen? The craziest one though is the Michael Waltrip Bristol car that literally was like I don't understand how he walked away from that, to be honest. Like, I really, even, especially someone his height, like, that was the craziest one that I've ever seen. Oh, Matt Kenseth was cool. He kind of made me mad, like, it was unfairly, I'll admit. But I don't know exactly what went down, but it was some sketchy business with Trevor and Matt and someone else. I don't know. It was at Roush Fenway, and like I was just annoyed with the whole situation. Thank you. I didn't actually I didn't witness that crash live. Obviously, that was before my time. But I have watched the replays of it and heard people give in-depth descriptions, and I just don't understand how. That was a god thing, I think. Like there's just it defies all logic that he could have walked away from that. Like, I don't even know how to describe what I saw when I touched it. Like, I had to be careful touching the way they had it displayed. I had to be careful touching it because there was all kinds of sharp edges. Like, I don't even understand. Like, how did he not? It makes no sense to me. Like, I just don't get it. That would be cool. I think. I don't know about if I saw them race back in the day, but the way that they are now and their personalities and their storytelling ability, Daryl Waltrip is my favorite. I don't know why, but I love this man. Like, seriously. Every time I see a video on YouTube where if they don't say it's Daryl Waltrip, it's a story where I know that it's gonna be him, or I'm pretty sure it's gonna be him, I watch it. Because he just has a way of telling stories. I don't even know if all of what he says is true all the time. Like, he could be blowing smoke for all I know. But he's just funny, like the way he tells it. Well, I'm glad I give you hope. I don't know if I'm really that I don't know if I'm worthy of you wanting to be like me, but that's cool. Um, ooh, Benny Parsons was good too. I've heard replays of stuff with him. Yeah, he was really good too. Benjamin Davis. Hello. Um, some people say that Rusty Wallace is good at storytelling, but I can't stand his voice. It's really weird. I like Kenny Wallace's storytelling abilities, but I don't like his laugh. His laugh is annoying. But the rest of him is okay. His laugh seems fake to me. Like, I don't know. It drives me crazy, but Rusty though, his voice is I don't know why. It drives me nuts. Like, I can't handle it. It's really annoying. I don't know who's worse, Rusty or Jeff Burton. Jeff Burton on NBC. Oh my goodness, like, seriously. Like, it's too much. Like, I just can't. And back when Dell Jr. was on there, they all got so excited and they were all yelling, and it was like, can we not yell? Can we stop this? Like, they were going to make me insane. Like, seriously. Jeff Burton, what is the crew chief guy? What's his name? Steve Letarte and Dell Jr. Like, the three of them together would like to drive a person, I mean, seriously, insane. But Jeff Burton is the most annoying. Like, his accent, the volume of his voice, I swear he is half deaf the way he yells. I can't handle him. I just nope. Can't do it. What? How rude. Leaving trash on the ground. That's terrible. That's a terrible example there, buddy. How rude. Um, I think my favorite it's not a driver, but I think Mike Joy is my favorite current announcer. He's so good. I don't know if he's as smart as seems to be, or if they feed him all the facts that he knows. But he knows so much information. Like, on NASCAR and on the Barrett Jackson auctions, he is a fount of knowledge. Like, I would love to sit with this man for like the length of this YouTube and just let him talk to me about everything he has seen and knows. I I don't know, like, I love it. Yeah, I can't understand what word Barton says half the time. But it's not that, like, it's not Jeff's accent that makes me crazy. It's the yelling. Like, he's literally shouting the entire time. And I can't take the yelling. I don't know what it is. I can't do it. If he's by himself, for whatever reason, It's better, but still, I can't do it. I just can't do it. Jeff Burton was a good driver. Yeah, I don't know. I most of his career was before my time as a fan, honestly. I forget when he officially retired, but most of it was before I started watching. It's kind of wild. If you look at the NASCAR, like I have the 2011 Daytona 500 entry list shirt where they put it says Daytona on the front and it may say 500, I'm not sure, but on the back it has the whole entry list. It's kind of wild if you look at that shirt to think of how many drivers, now you can add Kyle Busch to the list, how many drivers on that shirt are no longer racing. It's crazy. At least in NASCAR. Bobby Labonte, Jeff Burton, Ryan Newman, Matt Kenseth. I think Mark Martin was in that race. Did I say Jeff Burton? Um, Ryan Newman, I said. Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch. Now, it's sad that I have to add Kyle Busch to that list. Um, Greg Biffle, Casey Kane, Carl Edwards. It was like half the field. They're not racing anymore. Oh, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jamie McMurray, Trevor Bayne, really. He's not racing anymore either. I mean, like, it's so crazy how many people on that entry list are not racing anymore. It's just wild. They used to give away a lot of stuff. I think back in the days, and even as recent, I guess is the word you would use, as 2013, they were giving away so much more stuff than they do now. And some of it was like stupid stuff. Like I have this like drawstring bag that's completely useless. That was from one of Ryan Newman's sponsors. I mean, you every okay, two things that they used to do that they no longer do. Every souvenir tent practically had something that they were just giving away for no reason. You just walk up and they just give it to you. It was usually if it was a sponsor tent or if it was like I don't know, maybe they were promoting a new sponsor or something. But I feel like every tent there, even the souvenir trucks, had at least one thing they were giving away when I went to Chicagoland in 2013. And then on top of that, you had all the drivers that would show up at their trailers or at their sponsor tents. And you didn't have to buy anything. Now you go and it's buy a diecast. Buy at least $50 worth of stuff. Kyle Busch's last year, $100 purchase. Let's see. Let me think who. Okay, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell. Uh, all of those guys, there may have been more, but all of those guys for sure were $100 or more purchase. Ross Chastain, John Hunter Nemechek, Chase Briscoe were all at least Daniel Suarez were all at least $50 or more purchase. And then a lot of the ones where you didn't have to have a purchase were they gave away wristbands. And I get this. I say it's not fair because I'm always the one missing the wristband. That's the only reason I say it's not fair. I get it. Like I understand they have to cut it or they'll be there forever. But you have wristbands. When I went to Chicagoland, there was a few people who had wristbands or tickets. Like the tickets were free, but you had to have a ticket. So That's how I met Eric Almirola. You had to have a ticket. And fortunately for me, you didn't have to be present to get a ticket. So my friend Christy got me a ticket, and I got to meet him. Um, but there were so many more, like, just random stages everywhere where drivers would show up. Or there was their driver trailer. So like Ryan Newman had a trailer with his name on it. But then I don't even remember who his sponsor was then, but they had a separate tent just for them where they would promote whatever they did. And then he showed up on Sunday morning to sign autographs. They don't do that anymore. It's annoying. I miss the 2013 atmosphere. It's so much better. And like I still want to go because there's nothing like watching it live, but the atmosphere and the fan interaction with the drivers, and it was better then. Like now they have all the extracurricular activities like the wrestling and the like whatever all they had during the All-Star race. They had some of that back then, but they had a lot more interaction with drivers, and I don't know, I don't know what's different about it. I can't put my finger on it exactly, but it's just different. And I can only imagine that it was even more different back in like the early 2000s and the 90s. And maybe even earlier than that. You could do that back then. You can't you couldn't go and get anybody cigarettes now as a kid, but you could do that back then. I said that. Not that I believe it needs to be retired, but people are calling for the 8 to be retired. Kyle Busch has only driven the 8 for 3 years, 4 years. If you're gonna retire a Kyle Busch number, it should be 18, not 8. I don't know. If you're not gonna retire the 3 for Dale Earnhardt, should you really retire a number at all? I mean, really? I don't know. Oh, fun. Yeah, see, they used to do things like that. Furthest attendee, or like they would just randomly throw t-shirts out into the crowd for no reason. They're not gonna be doing that now. You have to pay for those shirts. They're not giving them away for free. Nope. Really? I feel like drivers from back in the day were always doing signings. I feel like it's only the new guys that buck at it. That's surprising about Keselowski because when I saw him in 2013, he wanted to stay. It was only his people that were like urging him to go. They literally were dragging him away because he was gonna stay there and sign every single person. And they're like, "No, you have another appearance. You have to leave." Like they were literally dragging him away. It was the I don't know what that area is at Chicagoland where I don't know if it's still there even because it's been closed for however many years, but they had this area with different statues, and he was getting a statue for him unveiled that year. And they were doing I want to call it a ceremony, but there really wasn't much to it. But there was probably, I don't know, 50 people there. And he maybe signed 15, 20 people's autographs, and then his people literally were like dragging him away. But he didn't want to leave, he was going to sign everybody. I was so close. That's the closest I've ever been to that man. I was so close to getting his autograph. I could have, like, probably called his name, and we probably could have heard each other talking. We were so close. Because I mean, really, there was only at most 75, but I'm going to say 50 because it really wasn't that many people. It was not very well advertised that they were doing this unveiling thing. But um, he wanted to stay. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I know that Childress announced today they're not retiring the 8. They're just not using it. They worked out a deal with NASCAR to use the 33 for the rest of the year. And Childress said that 8 will be there if Brexton wants to drive it in the future. What? You guys, I've been live for over 4 hours, and this is why I was joking that I'm obsessed with it. I really am. It's up to 40. It's 40 likes. I'm never gonna break this record. It's gonna be a long time before I break this record. That's so cool. My niece is talking. Who's she talking to? Alexa, time.
It's 12:27 a.m.
Dude. If I'm gonna even have a hope of getting up at 7 for this truck race, I need to go away. You guys are so interesting. Stop being so interesting. You were drunk. Maybe he didn't stop because you were drunk. Yeah, right. That would not stop Kislowski. Does he still do? Have you heard? I have not seen this. He used to do. He'd get on the golf cart after. I call it after hours, but it was usually Saturday night after the Xfinity or O'Reilly race, whatever you want to call it. He'd just go riding through the infield and just talking to people. Does he still do that? I always thought that was fun. My happiness makes you happy. That's cool. It's Yes, you do. I remember you mentioning that earlier. So you're on Central Time too. One of you's on Central Time, the other one's on Eastern Time. Wait, Eastern? Yeah, Eastern Time, 1:27. My happiness makes you happy. That's cool. I'm the one too interesting. I'm keeping you from sleeping for work. We're supposed to be having a big barbecue tomorrow, celebrating. It's like a week and a half too late, but we're celebrating my sister's birthday and early Memorial Day tomorrow. I'm making homemade ice cream to go with the brownies that my niece and I made today. And tomorrow we're gonna have homemade ice cream and brownies and red, white, and blue cheesecake and barbecue. Yum. My mom's homemade potato salad recipe. This potato salad is like 4 generations old, at least. So my mom made it. She taught it to me and my sister. Her mom made it, and her grandma made it. I believe her great grandma made it, but I'm not certain. So it's at least my generation would be the fourth. And every one of us has modified it slightly. It's so funny. Like the main dish with the mashed potatoes, it's mashed potatoes, pickles, and eggs. That part's the same. The rest of us have modified it to how we prefer to do it. it's it's funny. Wow, how did nobody else? You're talking about Keselowski still, I'm assuming. How did nobody else notice him? Oh, you can't have ice cream? Lactose intolerant? That's lame if so. Dude, I would die, literally, if I was lactose intolerant. Seriously. Cheese and ice cream. Yep, nope, I'd be in trouble. Just on the cheese. I might be able to do without the ice cream, but the cheese, nope, not happening. No pickles! You can't have potato salad without pickles! Mustard, mayo. We got new mayo that's made with avocado oil instead of vegetable oil. You can't tell the difference in potato salad. But it's mashed potato, and you use the pickle juice instead of milk to mash your potatoes. So obviously, if you're not eating pickles, you're gonna hate this potato salad. Then it's eggs, and the more eggs, the better. So like we're talking 2 eggs per potato, and the potatoes are the small red ones. And then it's pickles, mustard, the mayo, and Mrs. Dash. I don't always put the Mrs. Dash, but sometimes I do. It's yummy. It's so good. The original recipe did not call for the pickle juice to mash the potatoes, but you still had to use the pickles. The original recipe from my grandma called for celery, like actual real celery chopped. Ew. I don't want that. And green onions. Now, I like the green onions. I leave them off because my sister doesn't like them. The celery, I could use celery seed or celery salt just a little, but I don't want any real big bits of celery. Like, I don't like celery, so if I actually taste it, I don't want it. If it's there to the point where it affects the flavor, but I can't pick it out specifically, then it's fine. But I just leave it off because it's easier that way. What? How can you be okay with the pickle juice but not the pickles? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, interesting. I mean, the cheese and the real cheese is fine, but the milk and the ice cream, interesting. I wonder what the difference is. That's funny. He was hiding on that back bench. He was in a hurry. He didn't want to be stopped. See, to me, it's like pickle juice and pickles taste the same. So, like, if you don't like the pickles, then I don't think the pickle juice would make a difference. If you just don't want the crunch of the pickles, but you want the flavor, then I can see that. That would make sense. We use both, though. Well, my mom did it once because she didn't have milk. I do it all the time because I liked how it tasted. It really affected the flavor, I think. But yeah. And it's funny because if I make egg salad, potato salad, or deviled eggs, it's all the same ingredients. It's just put into a different format. Like, you put it in the potatoes if you want potato salad, and they have to be mashed. You can't cube them, you have to mash them. You put it you put it all inside the white of the egg if you want deviled eggs. And you just leave off the potatoes if you want egg salad. But this is all the same ingredients: mustard, mayo, pickles, Mrs. Dash, eggs. You just sometimes you add potatoes, sometimes you don't chop the white part, sometimes you fill the white part with the egg yolks. But otherwise, it's the same ingredients. And this is me, this is how I'm crazy. The mayo doesn't matter. Could be real mayo, could be miracle, it could be the mayo made with avocado oil like we're currently using. Doesn't matter. Mustard, though, absolutely 100% has to be French's. I'm picky when it comes to mustard. Pickle juice, though, it's not. Like, if you buy dill pickles in the store, it's not just vinegar. Like, you have the dill and you have whatever seasonings. It's different than if you just had the vinegar. I don't know. If you make your own, that is true. Because, like, when my dad makes pickles, you couldn't use that. So, the vinegar from my dad's homemade pickles, you couldn't use that in the potato salad. It has to get the flavor that I want. It has to be the dill pickle juice that comes in the jar with the dill pickles. Just the vinegar is not gonna do it's not gonna have the same flavor palette. They do bread and pickles in a lot of places. I don't like them. They're better than sweet pickles, but I don't like them. Gotta be dill for me, no matter what you're using your pickle for. Sandwiches, salads, just eating a pickle, gotta be dill. Or my dad's homemade pickles. They're not dill. I don't know what they would be considered, but they're really good. You know what's stupid, y'all? I like pickles. What are pickles made out of? Like, what's the main ingredient in a pickle besides the vinegar? Cucumber, right? Yes. Well, I hate cucumbers. They're disgusting. But in pickle form, they're really good. I know, I'm stupid. Yep, I know, I'm stupid. It's like tomatoes. I love a good fresh garden tomato. Yum, yum. I wish it wasn't too early in the season for that because I want those tomorrow. Love them, right? Do not like ketchup. Do not like spaghetti sauce. Do not like marinara sauce. I can tolerate certain brands of marinara if you're doing like mozzarella cheese sticks dipped in it. Nope. But raw tomatoes, yummy. Stewed tomatoes, disgusting. Tomato paste, like if you're making chili or whatever, I can tolerate it, but I could just assume have a chili made without it. I know, weird. Fried green tomatoes, no thank you. I'll pass on those. Oh, it says 41. What? I told you I'm obsessed now. I wanted to get to 50, but I gotta go before it gets there because my phone just said 10% battery. 4 hours, though. 4 hours, 21 minutes, 40 seconds. 40 likes. It said 41. What the heck? Oh, man. Nothing with seeds, so that would explain no pickles. Um, I guess that would be no tomatoes, too, because they have the little seeds, too. Bummer. You'll stay in your Eastern time zone? Is that what you're saying? The heck? My phone just freaked out. That was weird. It was like stuck. I should really get a computer because I need to be able to do this in landscape mode so that YouTube counts the views. Because some of y'all have been here a long time. And, well, the two of you that are still here. That would be a lot of watch hours. And yeah, that'd be awesome. But they say that portrait mode doesn't count. Hopefully that's a lie, but we'll see. If it jumps up like a lot on Monday, then I'll know. But it's really stupid. I can start my broadcast in landscape mode. Everything's in landscape mode. It looks perfect. And then once I hit go live, it pops up error. You must switch orientation or change the orientation of your stream. Well, how do you do that? It looks like it's gonna go live in landscape mode. I don't know how else to change it, but whatever. I'm freaking awesomeness. Thanks. Oh, smart with the tomato. I am definitely not going to the race, but I will hopefully get up to watch it. If not, you'll only get an Xfinity show tomorrow. So the deal, if you want to try and watch it live ever, it's usually so like it's a guess, but I look at the time of the race. So if it says like 7 to 10 p.m. or whatever, then I figure I'll go live at 10 p.m. because I figure that usually I'm assuming, which is, you know what they say about assuming, but I'm assuming that's including the post race show. So basically, if you're watching it live, if you're watching the race on TV, it's 30 minutes at most past the time that they end the post race show. CW's been doing stupidly long post-race shows, so I usually go live before they're done. But it's usually and I don't always do 2 in a day, so, like, trucks in the morning. Once this season, I have done 2 separate lives, but I usually don't do it, it's usually just 1 after both. We'll see how I feel tomorrow, because there's a big, huge gap between them this time, so we'll see. But anyway, that's how that goes. Trying to get it to 4 hours and 30 minutes, but I don't think I'm going to because my phone says 9% battery level. But anyway, I tried. Yes, I want to do that. You guys would think I am completely insane. If you think I'm crazy now, like, I'm yelling at the TV, I'm saying things that I find out later are not true. Like, you guys would think I'm completely insane. Problem, I am afraid of the copyright police. So this is why I haven't done it yet. Like, even just a little video. This is why I haven't done it yet. Because I'm terrified. Okay, not terrified, that's extreme. But I'm afraid of the copyright police. Like, they're so nitpicky, and I feel like they pick on the smaller creators like me who are just trying to get started. And all of that, what do you hear at the end of every NASCAR broadcast? This broadcast is copyright, blah, 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 blah. No re distribution, the big spiel that they give. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans, whatever. And then they do the whole you cannot do this without written authorized. It's the same spiel that they play after every sport. You hear it at football. I think it's even the same voice. Football, baseball, basketball, hockey. I don't know if it's the same voice for sure, but it sounds like the same voice. So I'm scared that I'm going to get in trouble if I do a live while the race is on. But I really want to. Mostly because I think y'all would be entertained. But also, like, I'd probably get some nasty comments because, like I said, sometimes I say things and then I find out that what I'm commenting on and my opinion of it is not even true. But I yell at drivers, I yell at the broadcast well, I don't yell at the broadcasters, but I comment to the broadcasters, I yell at the drivers, I yell at the crew chiefs or any random crew members. I talk to the drivers, I give them pep talks. It's quite entertaining. My sister laughs at me all the time. I love that I've pulled people out of their shells. You're like the third person who's told me that they've gone from lurking to comments. That's so awesome. I love it. No TV, huh? That's lame. Okay, well, actually it's not, because I know more and more people are going the route of no TV, honestly. So I don't really blame you. My aunt did that for years. No t they had a TV with DVD player, but they didn't have access to over-the-air TV or cable. Yep, see, I have TV. If I can get my dad or someone to turn on the Roku, because like I said, no audio over here. But if I can get them to put it on, I have it on TV and the radio because I miss stuff. Sometimes radio mentions things TV doesn't, and vice versa. And then sometimes I still miss stuff, and I have to ask my dad, or I look at social media and I ask people, like, hey, what just happened here? Like, what's your opinion? And then I draw my own conclusions. Like, but really, honestly, if you want a true, like, this is what happened, this is my analysis, I'm not your girl. Like, I'm just giving you my opinion. Oh, I thought this race was boring. Oh, this race was really fun. Like, I can give you that kind of commentary, but if you want, like, I'm not a reporter, and I don't really want to be. Like, I just wanna do this for fun, so, like, I'm not taking notes, so you get the terrible, like, "Oh, so and so won stage 1, but I don't remember who won stage 2." It's really bad. But I don't want it to be a job, and that would feel too much like a job if you took notes. No internet, bummer. Well, I'm killing your data if you're using data to watch this stream. You're welcome. I want to do that, but I have to do it, like I'll have to do it. I'll have to have my sister or somebody do it, because if I know that I'm being recorded, I'm not gonna be as crazy, so I would have to, like, just do it and then randomly have somebody, like, do random recordings, which would be more funny. Because I feel like I would get all paranoid if I knew I was being recorded, and I would behave differently. Maybe not, but 31 minutes! Yay! Now it's officially at least 1 hour longer than my longest live before. And I've only done lives since I think when did I start them? Bristol? I'll have to look. It was before Bristol. Rockingham, maybe? It hasn't been that long. I mean, I haven't been doing it the whole season. It's only been relatively new. Oh, so I thought you meant like my reactions as I'm watching TV, but you mean like actually describing what I'm watching? I don't know if I could do that. They tried to have me do that at the NASCAR Hall of Fame. There's like, I don't know if you've been there, but they have this area set up where you can pretend to be the MRN guy. And so, like, they play it on the screen, and there's like, it's the middle of a crash, and then all of a sudden they stop talking, and you're supposed to take over. I like had minor panic mode. Like, I didn't know what to do. Cause I'm like, I'm so used to them telling me what's happening. So when their voices stop talking, I don't know what to say because I don't know what's happening. I know, I'm waiting for it to get to 41. I saw that it's been at 40 for a while. Like I said, I'm obsessed with the number now. One of the 3 people watching must not have liked it yet. Come on, do it so I can go away because my battery's dying. This is it would be panic mode if you saw me at the Hall of Fame trying to when they wanted me to do the like, I can imitate the broadcasters, but when they wanted me to describe it like I was seeing what's happening, I'm like, "I can't see what's happening, like, I don't know what to do." Like, I didn't say anything. Oh, really? It did hit 41? Yay! There is a thing, I don't know if y'all have seen it. There's 2 different ones now. There was one called One Court for basketball, but now there's a new one, and I forgot what it's called. My friend down in Texas sent it to me, and it's this thing where, like, blind people it's like a touchpad, but it's I don't know how to describe it. It's like braille, but it's not braille, so it's like refreshable, and like you can look at it with your hands, and you can see where all the players are on the court, and it shows you where the ball is. And I'm like, can we turn this into NASCAR? Like, could we somehow? They're going so fast. Like, I can just imagine like you're you're like overheating the screen trying to follow the little cursor as the cars go around. So I don't know how it would work, but there's got to be a way to like make this correlate into NASCAR somehow. I like I said, I don't know how it would work, but there has to be a way. Even if it's slightly behind. like the NASCAR leaderboard. That would still be cool. Uh, but that's kind of what I would need if I was gonna do like commentary on what's actually happening. Because otherwise, it's gonna be behind. Like I have to wait for them to tell me what's happening, and then like I make my own commentary on it. Like it would be way behind. But yeah. I don't know if I do or not, but I'm glad you think so. I know, it's behind on my side. I don't know why. It literally takes like 10 minutes for it to update. It's weird. You found me through my shorts. Well, that's unfortunate because I'm not doing a lot of shorts anymore. Like they're too hard to edit. This one's 4 hours. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. You know how long that would take me to edit out a short? Like I need some I tried to do it with AI, but AI like it gets part of the clip that I would want, but then it only gets like half of it. So I need like a actual person. I need an assistant who's willing to work for free until I start monetizing and actually can pay them. You sent me a screenshot? Really? On here or elsewhere like Facebook? Because I don't see any screenshots and I didn't know you could even do screenshots on here. Ooh. Hey, it updated to 41. I don't need That's because you said you sent a screenshot to prove it. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with it. It's really funny. I've never I mean, I have kinda done it, but, like, not as much as I have done it today. Right? I know. That's what everybody keeps telling me. But, you know, these children, they're really smart and they know how to do everything, but they're not helping. Nope, it's not happening. They're not. And I don't understand my niece too, because my sister says she likes to make and edit videos. But nope, not for me. Has it really been 8 months? Really? I thought it was only like 3. I don't know. I think didn't I, like, invite you from something? Like, you liked something and I invited you? I don't know. They do this thing now, I drive people nuts because they do this thing now where, like, you can invite people from groups, so I'm one of the admins in the Justin Allgaier fan group, and I post the race chat thread every single week, and it gets like 60 likes or more. I literally, because Facebook will let me, I literally invite every one of those people to follow me every single time. I think people are starting to get annoyed. But it lets me, and I have to get to 1,000 followers before they'll even pay me. Like, remember earlier I said I made 4 cents? Well, they're not paying me until I get 10 bucks. But even if I had 10 bucks in my Facebook account, they're not paying me until I hit at least 1,000 followers. So I'm getting there. I think I'm 4 away from it now. So that's cool. But I've just invited everybody from everywhere. And eventually, like, I wanna do the live and then, like, funnel everybody to YouTube. So, there's a creator I've seen do this, like, she goes live on Facebook and Instagram for, like, oh, 5, 10 minutes, gets everybody hooked, and then's like, "Okay, now you gotta come over here and watch me on YouTube." And then her lives are done in those other places. Because YouTube, I guess, pays better? I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I know, they're so rude. They're actually not, like, they're very nice kids, but they don't wanna help. "Hey, snowman." I love Snowman. I don't know Snowman, I don't think, but I just like the name. 4 hours and 40 minutes. Whoa, I blew past that. Ah! It dropped down to 40! What the heck? Why does it keep doing that? Who's unliking? I don't understand what's happening in my life. Alright, well, my phone says 4%, so I'm gonna run away before it dies before I get to do all the setup stuff at the end. So, it was a blast talking to y'all. I'm so glad you came. Like, I would have been done after 40 minutes, and now I'm 4 hours and 40 minutes in, so that's amazing. But that is a random quick question, but I am somewhat old-fashioned. So, it depends. Are we like, okay. So if it's like we randomly meet like online dating, then I feel like you should each pay your own way until you know if you're like adequate. Not adequate, but what is it called? Compatible. That's the word. How did I get adequate out of that? I don't know. But like otherwise I'm old fashioned. Like I feel like it's a date, so the guy should pay. Now, does that mean I don't feel guilty for letting him pay? No, because I always do. But like I don't know. I want guys who hold the door open for me. Like I want all this old-fashioned stuff. Like I like that. You could be right. It is after midnight, so weird people come out at after midnight, but I don't know what that comment means, but but thanks for hanging out with me and keeping me company. This is officially the longest post-race show ever. That is a non-post race show. That's what all this was supposed to be. I knew I was supposed to be live on Friday anyway, so sleep is overrated. Who wants to do that? But all right, I got 3%, so I'm a What the heck? The likes just dropped down to 38, y'all. What is going on? Where did they go? That's not cool. Boo. 4 hours and 43 minutes. It's almost 5 hours. What the heck? All right. What is my health condition? Besides being blind, I don't have any. All right. I'm out. Bye.